You recording? Are you listening?
We're live.
Don't talk to
All
her.
right. Gonna do the iCarly in 5, 4, 3. Um, so we start off the session. We wake up. Alex rolls for his curse again. Um, he's okay. He staves it off. It's all right. All good. Um, we end up gathering for breakfast. Over breakfast, we talk about kind of what we want to do at this point, just because last session we had a memory stolen from us from that Alex and Beacon were trying to turn in to their chapter captains, and uh, yeah. So we were just kind of figure out where we want to go at this point, just because that kind of dead in the water on that one. So we were talking about our opportunities, and we got Lucan kind of involved, and Lucan had actually a lot of different things for us to pick up if we wanted to. One of them was about two groups that were kind of beefing. I think it was Deadwood and Vermilion Crest. They were having a little bit of a dispute, and they needed somebody to kind of like go in there and mediate. That was one. Another one was there's like some kind of big tusked beast that's giving some people some problems. So that's another thing that we could take a look at. We also received from Lucan some stuff. I'm trying to remember the guy's name. The guy that we saved from the Manicore. He ended up leaving us some stuff as sort of a thank you. Ilyovich, that's correct. And yeah, the outstanding kind of thing that we all kind of wanted to go towards was the Eastern Outpost. Lucan had said that he had sent some like shield bearers to the Eastern Outpost, and they're kind of holding down the fort while we've been off doing other things. And yeah, so ultimately it looked like there were a few things kind of in the Eastern Outpost area, but we wanted to go to the outpost itself first because last time we were there, some unfortunate things happened, we'll call it. Some basements got cleared out, and we're just really eager to see what actually was going on there, amongst all the things like the plant baby that we had put in the ground. So before we went there, Rowan had to pick up his mirror from the Arcanum. He went and picked it up. No worries there. And then we went to Ambaxious over at his shop, and we picked up some more mundane magic items, I guess you could say. I got a lamp. I got a bullseye lantern. I got a sack of flour, and I ended up trading some of the blasting powder for some sticks of dynamite, just because those are a little bit more usable than just raw blasting powder. At some point, I think it was when we actually got to the outpost, we identified all of the stuff that we had gotten from Ilyovich. Quite a few goodies in there. Skipping ahead a little bit there, but yeah, we teleported the outpost and pretty much immediately went downstairs to the basement. We talked to the shield bearers a little bit, but they were looking for they needed more crystals to power the like protective wards they have around the area. So luckily Rykard had one on him. It was kind of a piece of his maybe later on teleporting stash that we can get around. So he just told the shield bearer to give it back once it's depleted, just so he has that still, in case we ever have to try and get back there. We have some higher level help. So yeah, we go downstairs in the basement, and I believe it's Alex and Rowan are like Alex is like circle casting with Rowan, kind of helping him out do this spell that lets him kind of like look into like the not the past, but like see past events, I guess. Um, and he sees a lot. Um, one thing that stood out to Rykard before the spell was casting, and then during the spell was casting, is there was a person messing with this like particular brick on the wall the entire time, and just really odd. So you know, there was even like a crumpled hand there on the wall. So, um, he went over to the brick and he noticed that it could budge a little bit. He got Beaky to come over and fully push the wall down through. And then we revealed a hallway with like a I guess like a portcullis on the other side, a big barred door. And Rykard went down to go try and inspect it. Surprise, surprise, they was trapped. There was a gelatinous cube that popped out and kind of had him pinned him against the wall for a second. Combat ensues. Wasn't too bad. Rykard got tagged pretty hard by the cube, but we ended up killing it, subduing it. I actually don't know if you can fully kill a gelatinous cube. I don't really know how they work, but we ended up getting through the portcullis because Rowan ends up teleporting Rykard himself through with like a misty step that he does his weird witch stuff with. And while we're in there, we start seeing these like huge tanks, these like test tube tank things with like life forms in them, really large ones. And they've got like really, they're like human. They have like human-like traits and also like animal-like traits. Like so, ones that had like tentacles, and ones I think one had like a crab claw or something. Just stuff that you wouldn't typically find on a human or something humanoid like that. Definitely like some, I don't know, gene splicing or something going on like that. We're able to see all that because Rykard very resourcefully casted light on Rowan's horns, giving him a headlamp. We unlocked the portcullis for everybody to come through, and we start inspecting the room. And I forget it's when I think it's when we tried to unlock one of the chests. It went off, and then the fluid started to drain. The liquid started to drain out of one of the test tube tank things with the weird homunculuses in them. And pretty scared about that, pretty cautious about that. We've seen some pretty crazy stuff here already. So we're getting out there as soon as possible. We end up there was a box on the desk, and then there were two chests. We ended up just taking everything and running out of there, locking the door behind us, and putting the bricks back up. Just trying to delay these guys or trap them in there best we can. And then we go outside and we try to get some of the chests unlocked. Rykard gets blasted in the face with some poison. Injures him pretty bad, but manages to stay up. And I think we pretty much ended it there. I think our intent was to get out of this room and make sure those things can't get out, and then maybe investigate even further this area. The shield bearers did tell us that this area was like kind of free to be altered. It sounds like they got beds and stuff for us here. So, yeah. Anybody can add whatever they want to add.
Yes. Are there any details that anyone else would like to add? Wee wee.
What you got?
Just going through some of the stuff. Did you talk about what was specifically in the vision? Because I don't remember hearing that, but maybe you did talk
No,
about it and I just
I didn't
missed it.
talk very specifically about it. I just said that there was this person continuously scratching at a brick, and that's it.
Yeah, there was quite a bit more than that. So when Harry was describing the scene, we saw that there were like a dozen people kind of like huddled closer together. We heard a voice from outside asking, "Where is it?" And then there was like this like pink. Again, we're getting that pink substance. This light comes in through the cellar door, and when a child touches it, everything kind of goes to chaos. The child ends up getting like kind of like puppeted, charmed, walks towards the door, leaving with like these pink puffs behind them, and they're still hearing a voice saying like, "Find it, where is it?" And then Rowan, Alex, and Boone left to follow the child in the vision, and we saw that there was like this giant willow that actually isn't there anymore, but it had basically turned the child into the tree, into like a small sapling that Boone ended up destroying. But Boone had noted that, well, Alex had said this was Shida Ray Anagi, which was like from a book we had read the other day. And Boone recognizes the name to mean like Willow Walker or Forest Walker. It talks about like wishing willows, where people who have lost something can cry on their roots and grant wishes. Let's see. We did end up opening up the small magical chest where we found a bunch of freaky shit. That we don't really know is freaky shit, but it's freaky shit. And we did end the session with us being able to like get the chests up, I think. I think we said we were just gonna like kind of like skip past the logistics of that, and we identified everything. And you can find all of our loot in the timestamps if you're curious, and also all of like the active quests that we're going to do. So like solving the dispute between Vermilion Crest and Deadwood, helping Tranquil Harm from Deadwood, get like some wood from a tree, finding Deimos and Ceres, who are still missing, getting an update from Master Florian if we see him, getting large glowing crystals to keep the force field at the eastern outpost active, and finding Urgolt, who was basically in like the Underdarky area collecting ingredients. I think those are only like the only important things that I can think of from last session.
Victor, I think you just got like an F, bro.
I think I got everything that my character got. So
No, we didn't. We did not identify the freaky LDL stuff, but we just know it's freaky LDL stuff.
We know. We know.
You know. You
We
know.
know.
Wait.
Word.
Yeah, sounds like everything.
All right. As you all convene sort of out in this courtyard area where you had just exited from the cellar where the strange events had occurred, you'd found that strange chamber. You look over the various items that you have found. You see that there's, excuse me, I'm like holding off a burp here. You see that in the sort of smaller chest that had been left upon what appeared to be a desk, in the weird room you had just been in, you had found a branch of a tree, a black coagulated liquid in a vial, a glowing syringe full of orange liquid, a braid of grass, and you'd found a withered finger. All of which, minus the glowing syringe, gave off a magical energy. And you had found several items of interest within both of the chests as well, some of which you may potentially be able to use. Now, standing in the daylight outside, with the day sort of continuing on, some clouds stippling the horizon beyond, you have choices about what you would like to do.
Well, mm, I'm looking at our quests. If I remember correctly, the Tranquil Horn and the dispute between Vermilion Crest and Deadwood, that's both like a day or two's travel from here, right?
Yeah, you're not entirely sure exactly where you would find Heartwood, but you're fairly certain that whatever's occurring at the ruins that you had been sent to resolve a dispute at is happening about a day's journey away from you guys.
Okay.
A day's journey in what direction?
I believe it was south.
It would be towards the lodge. Right?
The lodge is west.
It's southwest from you.
Oh.
So perhaps we should head that way today.
You guys haven't. Are you
oh,
guys done investigating this?
No.
No,
No, I don't think so.
no.
Yeah, Rowan is just kind of
No.
like nervously pacing back and forth a little bit, like looking back at the entrance to the cellar.
Do you think we should probably alert the shield bearer about this to keep an eye on it?
We should probably let them know. I mean, do you think those things in there are alive? Should we even
if
leave?
I put my ear to the wall, Harry, can I hear anything through the
Are
hollow
you going
space?
back into the cellar?
Oh, we do. Oh, we're outside of the cellar. Okay, no,
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we definitely should notify the
okay.
shield bearers.
How
I
many
think we should definitely update
minutes has
them.
it been since we left that room and like got everything out?
Probably about 10, if you would have spent some time identifying things.
Yeah, sure. It's probably been long enough for something to wake up if it was gonna wake up, right?
Probably.
Before I left that room, I left a token in there so I could scry through it. You can see what was going on. I can only look for like a minute though. Should I see if they woke up or if they're alive?
That would
Yeah.
be great, I think, to see any
No
activity.
harm
at
in
least.
it.
All right. Then I'll channel a little bit of energy and I will activate my hex token. His kind of yellow eyes that have a little bit of more of a indication of like pupil and iris in the center just kind of glass over in the smooth gold. And I'll try to look through my hex token for a minute.
Peering through the token that you had left behind, you see the darkened space, no longer illuminated. There's a little bit of grayness in this darkness. It's hard for you to really make out specific things beyond what you can spot in the darkened grayscale. You see what appears to be 3 sort of things slumped over on the ground. One thing sort of off in the corner, a shadow, and 2 additional lumps sort of crumpled on the ground. One seems to sort of like inch towards the door slowly, but so eerily slowly.
That's great.
That's so scary.
If I look for the whole minute, I just see those 3 forms. I don't see anything else, any other shadows or movement.
Roll a perception check.
Right. 22.
So you see the three that are slumped over, just on the ground, unmoving. You see one standing in the corner where the exit is, seemingly just standing there. You see one that appears to be smaller, slumped on the ground, and almost like in a slug-like manner, seems to slowly try to like inch its way towards that exit.
Uh, you can see he doesn't really say too much as he's just kind of like trying to focus, like his face almost like squinting as he's trying to peer through the darkness. But once the color kind of returns to his eyes, so whatever's in there, most of it seems like it's awake. There's one sort of just standing by the door. There's a few kind of slumped on the ground. Some are kind of slinking about, I guess. But they're all out of their pod things.
Something horrific happened to them. For them to become these creatures.
I think some of the answers to whatever might have happened are probably in here, and Alex will pull out the notes that we had collected of all the diagrams. But it is written in a cipher, but perhaps we can bring this to the Vermilion Crest, and they could help us decipher what it means.
What should we do about them for right now?
I would rather we not leave them in there if we're gonna be staying in this outpost.
Well, if there's no way for them to get out,
Well, that ain't certain.
Roland, does it seem like that they're capable of understanding how to open the portcullis?
I'll be honest, it was really dark. They mostly just kind of stood around. I didn't hear any sounds really or words. I mean, they mostly seem docile, I guess. But maybe it's just because they're just waking up. I mean, if they come out of the daze that they're in, I don't really know what they're capable of.
I think if we're gonna deal with these things, it's better we do it now. Especially if we're following the thread of what happened here.
Yeah,
but
I
if we do not
agree.
understand what they are, then they could simply be innocent people who had horrific things happening to them.
Do you want to put an end to that horrific thing?
There could be a way to save them. Maybe there's a way to reverse what happened.
It's just kind of looking around the ground of where we're standing with all the charred sludge along the wall.
You never know.
Well, we didn't have enough information about it and about them. Is my point. Perhaps we could investigate a little bit further to see if we can gather anything else about what these things might be before jumping into anything.
Maybe if we let that field bearer guy know, they could call in like more people to come and watch or something, or I don't know.
They could, and then alert us if they hear any signs of activity.
To what end, though?
I mean, to
Figure out what's happened.
understand what they are, I guess. So what happened to them? Kind of look at Boone, and even if we can't save those creatures, if we could understand why they are the way that they are, maybe we could save someone else.
I just don't like wasting time.
Well, I don't think it is a waste if there's a possibility that we might be able to help in some way. And I'll flag down one of the shield bearers. I'm sorry, I can't find his name right now. But you know what I mean, the one we were talking to yesterday.
Sure,
Or
you
today.
try to take a look around to see if you can find the shield bearer that you had interacted with the day before. Um, as you sort of look around for him, you do see that there are like others moving around. There's about 7 or so of them that are presently here. A different one sort of trots over to you. You can see that she's got long hair pulled back. She has a sort of spiked helm. Again, sort of elegant linen-y vestments. Looking over you, she gives a nod and says, "What can I do to assist you?"
Hello. Yes, we found some things down here in the basement. I don't know if you are aware, but there are some strange creatures down there that should not be getting out.
She
We were
raises
wondering if
an
you could perhaps.
eyebrow and gestures for you to continue.
Um, Shoot, I lost my train of thought. We were just wondering if you could keep an eye or keep an ear out for these creatures.
If you'd like, we could station myself and some other person right here, just to keep an ear and eye, as you mentioned. We'd rather not go down there. So
No, I would not ask
gestures
you.
with her pole arm towards the sledge
Yeah.
down there.
No, we would not ask you to go down there. Just simply keep an eye and an ear out, and if you happen to hear any noises or any signs of activity, to let us know.
She gives a nod, and sort of leans a little bit towards you and says, "There are many strange things about this particular outpost. People who used to be camped here some years ago, they went missing. Every time they tried to bring more people here, it seemed as though someone would go missing, at least once every few months. When they started stationing shield bearers here back a few odd months ago, the disappearances seemed to stop, but then of course contact was lost."
Right.
What you
Sorry,
say
you
is
said that.
not surprising that there's something odd about this place, beyond what we already know.
Right. How long was this strange activity going on at the Eastern Outpost before you arrived?
I've only really heard stories, but I had heard that this Eastern Outpost was partially meant to be a place that people could come stay and live, not just a place to monitor the island and for quick transport between the lodge and here. Regardless, I heard of at least a dozen, maybe more, disappearances that happened over here. People going off into the forest and never being seen again, or venturing out at night.
And these are not people of Brave Hollow, but like their family members or civilians from Bascoliat who are staying here?
What I've heard is that it was mostly members of Brave Hollow or their families who are with them. Some children that went off into the forest, some adventurers as well. I think some researchers.
were there any witnesses to these disappearances? Like people who saw them go into the woods? Did they see or hear anything out of the ordinary?
Well, as I mentioned, I've primarily heard rumors, but
Hmm.
the people who were staying here likely would have had more answers for you, but, well, as we can tell, they're not here.
Yes.
Have you heard of any connection to this place with that strange pink substance that's kind of going around the island?
She looks confused at that and says, No, I've heard nothing of the like. But that doesn't mean there isn't something occurring.
Hmm.
Anyhow, I'll station myself here. And she sort of gestures with two fingers, and another guard comes sort of running over. They speak briefly, and you can see that they're both ready to sort of stand and wait here.
All right, now that we have that locked down, where to next?
Well, hmm.
Is there anything else here that might be worth investigating?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I feel like we did a pretty good scan of it last time. Did you guys go out to that tree that you guys had planted with that thing?
We did, but
Oh,
it's not
yeah.
there anymore.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, sorry, the one that Boone planted. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we have not been there, but it was they said it was thriving and that it was doing well.
Do you guys want to go check that out?
Yeah.
We
I'll
could.
start walking over. Dropping to the other
It
side.
takes you a moment or two to make your way over there. Taking a look, you see the strange grafted tree seems to be growing already taller than you had anticipated. Where before it had been a sapling, probably the size of a child, a little bit bigger. You see now that it appears to be about 1.5 meters or so tall. You can see that its boughs sort of seem to droop, and where you'd expect some sort of like almost strands or filaments to come off of it, much like a willow tree. You see at the tips of it are almost maple like leaves, and there's strange pods that seem to be growing near the tips.
Have
the
any?
examine-
Good.
Oh, if I get a closer look at the pod, am I able to tell, like, if it's a seed or a fruit or what it might
You
be?
have a sense that it would be like a seed.
Have any of the pods fallen on the ground yet?
No.
Gotcha. How high up are they?
Again, this thing's about 1.5 meters tall, so
Meter and a half. Okay.
not tall.
Gotcha.
There's just a few, like one or two. It doesn't look massive. It doesn't even look like fully grown by any means, but it certainly is larger than it was the last time you were here.
Can I clip a seed pod off?
Sure. You reach down and sort of using the sort of sharp nail on your thumb as well as your index finger, you just pry it off. It breaks off as if it was almost brittle.
Interesting. I will tuck it away.
Okay.
It looks all right. I think. I'll turn to the druids of the party. Does it look like a healthy tree? Healthy normal tree?
Looking at the tree and just like with innate druid sense, I don't really know. Harry, am I able to discern anything other than like its rapid growth and its kind of like patchwork species? Am I able to note anything unnerving about the tree? Anything off about it other than that?
Go ahead and roll a nature check at advantage. Taking a look over it, you don't sense anything unnerving or beyond what you've already recognized odd about this tree. It appears to be, again, taller than you would expect it to be at this point in time. And you can see that it appears to be almost like well watered and thriving. Like it looks healthy to you.
I'll turn around, I'll shrug.
You think we should plant more of them?
There ain't more.
Do we
of
have
them.
more?
Well, aren't those like seed pods on it? Is that not how that works?
We still don't know the origin of this thing. I guess just leave it alone for now.
Yeah, seems like it's doing fine. So maybe just let it do its thing before we start planting more.
Harry, when I planted this tree, I put that little weird root baby thing at its base. Do I see any sign of that?
Taking a look, you do not see the root baby.
Do I see any kind of like rotted mush or any imprint in the soil or anything? Any
Nothing
indication?
like that stands out to you, no.
Interesting.
Appears like it's completely gone.
That's comforting. Looking out into the woods, remembering the direction from the vision where that willow had walked off. Which direction, like cardinally, was that from us?
It seemed to be more towards the east.
From the east. Okay. The other thing was to the southwest.
Yeah, and does the east lead further into the forest?
Yes, it would.
'Cause that's probably where we would get the heartwood.
Yeah.
Should
I
we-
mean, I know y'all are like really into like the Brave Hollow chain of command or whatever, but I feel like this is a bit more of a pressing concern right now.
Which one?
This gesture at the tree, the cellar, like the heartwood, willow,
I would agree. It is quite
monsters
concerning.
in our cellar.
Yes, I'm sure that the Vermilion Crest and Deadwood can wait for perhaps a day or two. I do think that if we can investigate what happened here a bit farther, that might be a good idea.
I would agree. It is important to understand what happened here. Harrison, just for my reminder, we get the impression that like from the visions, this happened like a month ago, right? From like what our information was, or around a month ago.
Yes, but a month to somebody who is from this side of the world means like 4 months or 3 months to a
Oh,
person
right.
from the other side of the world.
Right.
Okay, so this. Okay, yeah. So that was like 3 months ago, 1 month ago, 3 months ago. But if we are going to be like setting up here and getting it functional, yes, we absolutely need to understand what is going on here and to make sure it does not happen again.
I mean, do you think Lucan could put us in contact with some people that might know what all this stuff's about?
What stuff? Like what we
The,
found
the,
here?
the tests that were going on, yeah. It seems like he
Oh, that stuff.
had some idea of what's going on down here.
Yeah, he did know about he did explain a little bit about Eileen and Leaf and Cedar.
Well,
Yeah.
I feel like I'll like gesture towards the papers that Alex got. Whatever we found here, others ain't found yet.
Yeah, what's in that cipher? So we need some help, just figuring out what it says, and maybe he knows somebody that could help us out with that.
We could take a
I would imagine someone from the Vermilion Crest. There are people that are designated to do that. Yep. Like
Yeah,
decoding
so-
languages.
Does that mean we want to head back?
We
Well,
could
why
pop
don't we
back
take a look
very
at it
quickly.
first?
Yeah, let's do all that we can here before we head back to Brave Hollow.
We got 2 lyre songs and 1 Vermilion Crest plus whatever the hell, I don't know, Deadwood can do. We can figure this out.
Let's put our heads together. Is there a place that has like a table where we can spread all these notes out?
Yeah, in the alley.
There is a library, and additionally, there's all the different towers that you've yet to explore.
Maybe we should head to the library for now.
Sounds wise.
To the library.
You know what? You know what? If there's one secret room in a creepy old castle, there's gonna be another one.
Go check it out.
Mm-hmm. Right. You head up back into the main building, where you see that the sort of main gathering hall has been somewhat refurbished, where before there had been dust and cobwebs collecting shattered glass. All of that's been cleaned up. You can see that the shield bearers have begun to set pieces of glass sort of back into the places, or have hung up tarps to protect the castle, or rather the battlements, from the encroaching environment or the hazards of the weather. You head up the spiraling and swirling staircases to where you see the library sort of section on the second floor. It's connected to where the circle that will lead you back to Brave Hollow is. And again, you know that there's that sort of connecting or adjoining door that leads to where you had found storage rooms before, the office, and a number of other things as well. Looking around the library, where before a section of it appeared to have been burned away, you can see that much of the dust and the rubble and the ash and soot and all that have been cleared away as well, leaving sort of a bare spot in the library's construction. There's a sort of desk where you're easily able to spread things out, but beyond that in the library there are shelves of books that are currently undamaged but still have been collecting dust for quite some time, dust and lint. You can see that there are 2 candelabras sort of hanging high up on the ceilings that have been lit either magically or by some other means. There's a somewhat comfortable sort of fanciful sort of Chesterfield. Beyond that, there is a long desk and sort of a nook where one could take out a book and read it at a chair. There appears to be a phonograph. You can also see that there is a tapestry of the sort of Brave Hollow sigil that has been hung back on the walls.
Sweet. Who's got the notes?
Me. I will begin to lay out all the different notes and try to keep them in the same order that we had found them in.
Do your best to lay out all the different notes and diagrams as best as you can. As you display them out, there's dozens upon dozens of notes. Some of them appear to be quite old, some of them appear to be a bit more recent. You attempt your best to put them back into the order you saw them pinned up upon the wall. Go ahead and roll an investigation check to see what stands out to you beyond the obvious.
11. You know what? I will use my magical guidance. I'll use my unlucky point. On that one. What?
Lucky
Dang.
indeed.
And that's why they're on the unlucky point.
Taking a look over the notes, you see that there are diagrams of a biological nature. They appear to be hand-drawn for the most part, in a fanciful reddish ink, although some of them are also done in a sort of purple-toned ink instead. You see that there are diagrams of various different creatures, some that you recognize, some that appear to be a bit more monstrous. You notice that there appears to be sort of like a bisected mermaid type creature, a bisected sort of like skull of what appears to be a harpy that is sort of pointing out different glands and different parts of its brain or its eye. They're drawn diagrams in extremely elaborate detail. You also see what appears to be like diagrams of like satyrs and humans and tieflings in equally measured and detailed sort of quality. Beyond that, you notice that there are some of vegetation as well as some of animals. But looking over it, Alex, as you flip through the pages, you also notice that there appear to be more notes in a cipher. You see that there are like drawings that appear heavily faded and old. The paper itself appears to be sort of crumbling away. You can see that there's a drawing that appears to be almost childlike, sort of mixed into the pile. Appears to be quite detailed still, but still childish. Done in the same ink. Appears to be like a small girl beside a large monstrous figure. You also see what appears to be like a list of lab supplies, none of which stand out to you as particularly interesting. And that's all you really see from it.
Yeah, as Alex looks over the notes, he's looking a little bit overwhelmed. Like, there's a lot of information here to sift through quickly. But I think his eyes are kind of drawn towards the harpies. Thinking about our first encounter with them and how there had been some of that pink substance in the harpy egg that we had first encountered. Does it look like there might be anything connecting that pink substance to the harpies, like in those notes?
Not that you can tell.
Just kind of holds up and rub the forehead. This is a lot of information to be going through. I think this will take some time.
So the whole thing's written in like a cipher. Is this is it using symbols or letters?
It appears to be symbols.
Okay.
Do any of the symbols strike a chord of recognition?
Roll a history check.
13.
Looking over the symbols, you don't get the sense that they are anything that you really recognize. You do have a feeling that they are likely rooted in a language as well as like symbols that have been made up. There's a few points where you think some of the symbols look to be used in the place of a letter. Like, for example, a sort of sideways triangle might be used in the place of the letter D, but you're not entirely certain. Without a full cipher or deeper analysis or some sort of insight beyond, it's really hard to tell.
Mhm.
Could I just kind of like take a step away from the notes for a second? And maybe like focus on like some of the shelves instead, some of the books, see if there's anything there that might either relate to the notes or maybe like have like a piece of the cipher or something.
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll in another investigation check.
All right. And as I stand up, could I ask for Beacon's help? Going through it.
Yeah, I would love to help.
21.
As the pair of them begin to look through the books, what would the rest of you like to do?
Sorry, are they looking through the books on the shelves or the papers in front of us?
The books on the shelves.
Books on the shelf. Um, Walking around the library, I remember when we were here the first time, there was like plant carnage, like breaking into the structure. If I go over to like the stairwell where those vines were coming in and stuff like that, do I see any evidence of that still?
Heading towards the sort of place where it had been shattered and crashed in, you take a look. You can see that somebody has cleared the glass and a long tarp has been pushed over. Whatever vines had been here appear to have been pulled away, perhaps burned or disposed of by some other means.
Does the fire look recent or does it look like the burn marks we saw the first time here?
It looks like the burn marks you saw the first time you were here.
Okay.
As I'm walking around, do all of these walls seem like they make sense? Like there's no like hidden rooms or anything like that?
Roll
Where
an
more test
investigation
tubes could be hiding.
check.
Load-bearing test tubes.
Investigation. Here we go.
Investigation.
Oh shit, it was almost good. 4.
Where's
I was
the
on
almost?
19 for a second.
Looking around, there's nothing that stands out to you, Rykard. Nothing that you can tell could potentially lead to like a hidden room or a hidden switch or anything that stands out to you in that respect. Now, Alex and Beacon, as you look through the shelves, you notice that they appear to be covered with books of various different kinds, but many of them appear to be sort of like encyclopedias related to flora and fauna from all over the world. One thing that does stand out to you is a section that appears to be a mix of children's books as well as like memoirs and more sort of casual stories amidst this sort of scientific bastion. You also notice that there is a book that appears to be like something is stuffed inside the pages of the book. And looking over it, you notice that it looks like a wax tube. It appears to be
Oh.
partially melted.
Does it seem to be like the
Says,
same wax tube as the one like in the chests?
Fairly similar. You do notice that half of it appears to be melted, much like a candle. The other half appears to have little bumps and grooves on it.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, could I try and like take a closer look at that?
Sure. You take a closer look over it, narrowing your eyes. You take a peek over. It again, half of it sort of melted away. The wax itself appears to be a whitish yellow color. You can see that the bumps and grooves appear to be like little circles and dots. They remind
Oh.
you a little bit of like a music box.
Did you like
Also
put
kind of
those
like-
in something to play it? It's like a
Does it
What do
look
they
like it
call
could be like
those?
played?
I forget what that's called. It's like a real world thing. Hold on.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
like
I know what you're
a
talking about. I know what you're talking about.
no, not a what's it called? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's something.
It's
Is
a
it a
something.
phonograph?
A
It's
A
a
sonograph
something.
is what you see babies on.
a growth.
No, not a sonograph, a phonograph.
Phonograph.
Phonograph?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think phonograph. Yeah,
Mhm.
was there one in the room?
Yes.
Yeah, yes, there
Yeah,
was.
I
Okay.
said.
All right. So yeah, maybe we can go over and see if we can do anything with that.
Sure. You approach the phonograph. Taking a look over it, it appears to be hand cranked. It is a sort of long metal tube with that like has a place where you can slide a cylinder onto it and crank by hand as a sort of metal almost peg scratches the surface to create specific sounds. Approaching it, Alex, you have a sense that the one in your hand might be a little hard to play, considering half of it has been melted away.
Okay, but do we have the others, right? The other wax
Yep.
tubes?
You have about 8
Right.
wax tubes.
Okay. Alright, could I pull them out and see if they also have similar bumps and grooves?
Taking a look over them, you see that 6 of them do, and 2 additional ones don't.
And there doesn't appear to like any semblance of like order that they're supposed to be played in.
Not that you can tell.
Alright, well, we have a few here that might be able to be played through the beacon. And I guess I'll just slot one into like the little like cylinder thing and gesture to the crank. Do you want to do the honors?
Yeah, no problem. I will I'll crank it, I guess.
Prank that thing.
Stingy.
Crank
Crank
it that
that.
Soldier
thing.
boy.
That soldier boy.
Looking over the um, phonograph as you begin to crank it, the technology strikes Beacon and Alexios, along with Rowan and Rykard, as very strange. But Rowan, you've seen people use these in the free irons when you were sort of getting ready to board the vessel, and you've seen traveling caravans passing by that have been selling them before as well. It's not completely alien, but it's not a technology that you're familiar with. Boone, you think you've seen these in port cities used. They're slightly more secure, but a lot more finicky than a lot of other methods of communication. You know that they can be used a bit more subtly than, let's say, a letter, and some magics can undo hidden writing. Of course, they can still be intercepted, destroyed, or damaged, even quite readily and easily. As you begin to twist the crank, there's a pop of sound before a crunching voice sort of begins to speak through. The sound sounds far away and muffled. You have a sense that perhaps something is broken or worn away. Perhaps the wax itself is old. You're not entirely sure how you might be able to enhance the sound.
Does the phonograph have one of those like dishes on it to project the sound?
It appears to be missing.
Interesting. Does it look like there is a location where one would be?
It looks like there's a spot where one could be connected, but you don't see one.
Is there a way that we could maybe like make one? Find one.
I have a feeling we're supposed to find one.
I
You could try to make
know.
one.
That'd be
How do
very
you propose
difficult.
doing it? How would you like to do it?
I don't know. I'm not sure what they look like or what they're made of. I haven't seen this before. I don't know.
Hmm. Okay. Upon seeing that this is a section of the phonograph is missing, I
You look like it's broken or
Let's
like
see.
missing.
Appears to be missing.
Okay, entirely
Yeah.
missing. So
Yeah,
no
I wanna-
mending here.
no mending allowed. I do want to see
No
if there's
mending
like
allowed.
if there's nowhere in the library where it could be hidden. That's okay. But I do kind of want to look around the library to see if there's any. It could be like under something or behind a shelf or something like that.
Sure. Go ahead and roll a perception check.
Okay. Oh, perception. Okay.
Perceive.
Take possum's tuba.
No. No.
Looking around, you do a quick sort of walk around the room. Quick but focused. You don't find anything. Doesn't appear to be
Not-
tucked away under the Chesterfield. Doesn't appear to be up on a shelf. It's nowhere to be seen.
Okay, well, it doesn't
Do you
look
still
like
have locate
it's.
object prepared?
Yeah.
I do.
Oh, I think go for it, Spoon. Do you know what it is what it looks like exactly?
I've seen versions of it in passing, but if anyone's more familiar and wants to describe it a little bit better.
I think that might be best for you. I honestly am very unfamiliar with this kind of technology.
Harry, how familiar am I with the design of a phonograph?
You would be moderately familiar. Again, they're used a lot in port towns, but you've also heard them used as entertainment, used to play recorded songs on them before, but they're typically quite simplistic. This one appears to have a few more mechanisms sort of affixed to it.
Looking at the base of where it would be affixed, do I get an idea of what kind of material it might be made out of?
You have a sense that it would be potentially made out of stretched leather in sort of a conical shape, perhaps a metal, or some other sort of conical sort of projection. Yeah.
All right. I'll walk over to the phonograph and I am going to place one hand over, not touching, but over where the connection would be. And the other hand, I'll just have at my side. And you'll see the filaments almost that come out of her brow start to twitch as she closes her eyes in concentration. And I will cast Locate Object at 2nd level for the phonograph, like
Wizard hat.
the wizard hat.
You don't have any sense that within the span of this spell that this thing is anywhere on the premises.
Oh.
Ooh. Ooh.
Premises meaning the building or like the property?
The floating island that this
Oh.
entire outpost is on.
Oh,
Yikes.
It's gone.
You think we could make something like crude and temporary that would maybe get the job
I
done?
don't think we got another option.
I mean, maybe they might have one of these back at the Vermilion Crest too, but yeah, I mean,
We just got here though.
We can get back here just as quick though, can't we? We can teleport in and out, in and out, in and out.
We could teleport.
We're gonna miss it.
Yeah, the only thing I could do is make something out of ice, and I don't think that is going to be quite that is going to quite do it.
I got mold earth.
So
Maybe with our powers combined.
Our
I'd
powers
like to.
combined, we could give it a
Powers
try if you want.
combined.
With
Make
our
a
with our
big girl.
cantrips combined. All right.
You do
I am
have
going.
fabric.
All right.
Oh, who here can sew?
Wrong campaign.
Oh,
But we did get a very useful item from Captain Everson, which was oh wait, no, did we get it from Captain No, this might have been found in a chest. Anyway, we found an item that it was a manifold tool, and you can be proficient in any type of tool with it. And does it also create it, Harry? Like, does it turn into that tool?
It
With that item?
turns into that tool, I believe.
Yes.
Alright, so if someone were to, in theory, attune to that for like an hour, we could also perhaps craft one.
Okay, I don't mind a tuning.
You do know that attuning takes time.
Yeah, it does.
Takes like an hour, right? Like a short rest?
Long rest, usually.
oh.
I think it's short rest, wasn't it? Oh.
Yeah, we do long rest.
I mean, how hard can it be? It's a cylinder.
Yeah,
Like
we-
if we make a
probably-
cylinder out of like
I'm gonna pop.
ice.
Yeah, I'll pop open my water skin, and I'm gonna cast elementalism and use sculpt element, and I'll pull out. I can create like up to a 1 foot cube, so it doesn't have to be super big. And I'll try to make the watery shape of what I think it looks like, and then I'll kind of like look to Alex. Say, can you freeze it?
Make it a bit more pinched at one end.
All
I was
right.
thinking we get the
Alright.
fabric and we soak it,
Triangular.
then freeze the fabric in a cone. Go ahead.
I mean,
Okay. Yeah, I'll just try to like make the basic shape of it. How big does it have to be to fit this? I'll also just, you know what, I'll use my decanter to like make it like bigger, like take out any water that we need, kind of twirl it around into like kind of like that funnel like shape, and freeze it.
Right. Are you using the fabric and sort of like freezing that in place, or are you just
Insulate
doing
it. Here, I'll hold up of the fabric and kind of insulate the inside of it, because I know it's made of leather, so there has to be some kind of like element of that to it. I don't know.
All right, yeah, if we got some leather, maybe, yeah, we can do that. Yeah, Alex will kind of like freeze that as well, kind of like in the middle.
Right.
I'll like paper mache it around the outside as you freeze it slowly.
Okay. Working together, you sort of tack together your best approximation of what you believe this should look like. With your myriad skills combined, you put something together. As you
How does it look?
slot it. Well, let's determine that with, can I get, from each of you who is contributing, please, a sleight of hand check.
Oh.
Any chance it could be Arcana?
Sure. Arcana if you're casting a spell.
No, I was just paper macheing.
Hey, any chance that we're like helping each other so we all have advantage?
You are all working on individual tasks to make this work together.
Alright, then I will use my magical guidance again. Unlucky points. Let's go. Okay, a bit
Hey,
better.
Right.
That.
That worked out.
Rowan, your turn.
Oh, me too.
Yeah, you had the water, baby girl.
16.
All right. As you all work together, the three of you, to create an approximation of the sort of conical offshoot bit to this machine, this contraption, you feel that you've created something that approximates what you need to do, or what you need to have. You do your best to sort of slot it right at the edge of where it's supposed to line up. You find that one of you will likely have to hold it in place just to ensure it doesn't topple back off. But you do have a rudimentary version of what you would likely need.
The wax cylinder that Alex had inserted into the phonograph earlier, does it look like it's supposed to fit all of them or one at a time?
It looks like perhaps 2 or 3 of them could be fit on it at the same time.
Okay.
And you said only 3 of
I'll
them had
turn-
grooves.
I think
6 of them had grooves.
6 of them had grooves. Oh my god, how many are there?
8.
8.
Oh.
Boone, since you've seen one of these before, do you
Huh.
know if these are supposed to go in like a particular order, or can I just put them all in at once? How does this work?
No, so it depends on what music is being played. So those little bumps are supposed to go in a certain order. And then they hit some like part of the machine and it plays it in that order. So I mean, I'm not great at music, but if one of you we could try and like reconstruct the song or whatever it is.
All right, that works for me. Then trial and error. And I'll slot in, I guess however many we can, 2 or 3.
Lining them up and putting them down, you find that you could probably put 3 down at a time. Taking a look over these, Alex, go ahead and roll an investigation check. Boone, you can roll a separate one, or you can help Alex, so long as you are all proficient in investigation.
I am not.
All right, so roll
Goodness.
separate then.
Oh my gosh, Margot. 6.
13.
Looking at the wax sort of cylinders, but none of them stand out to you as particularly different or unique, and you find that there's not really a pattern that you can tell on them. However, Alex, you can see that 3 of them appear to be made from one sort of color of wax, and 3 of them appear to be made by a slightly different color.
Oh, I'm colorblind. Got it.
It's an ever
All
so
right.
slight difference in the yellowness of the
It's
wax.
ivory versus eggshell.
Exactly.
Eggshell. Alex knows the difference. Yeah. Okay.
He would.
So yeah, I will. Yep. So I will put the ones that are the same color then and align them up.
All right. Looking over them, you're fairly certain that you've aligned them in the correct order, although it's hard to be 100% positive. As you do, a voice begins to speak out from within the phonograph. A sort of stuttering noise comes before a loud pop, as it seems as though the sound begins to play, coming off of the phonograph itself. You hear the voice begin to speak. Another failure. But perhaps it is not the hosts, but rather the samples. I wonder. A new subject could be found, but one must wait until the forest biome is large enough once more. Perhaps... The sound sort of cuts off and stutters for a second. It becomes harder and harder to do these experiments without prying eyes, wondering what it is that I am up to. Things were so different not so long ago. We are saddled with this island, though I cannot deny that it does intrigue me. With my hands tied when it comes to Bascoliat, what choice have I but to follow where my interests take me? There are restorative properties to these strange vegetation. I would be remiss if I didn't lean into my scientific curiosity The adaptations of this island are so very intriguing. The sound stutters once more. As the wax seal bumps and bumps, sort of listlessly, popping sounds come off of the phonograph before it seems to sort of catch once more and begins to continue playing from wherever it sort of hopped to, almost as though it, like a scratched CD, it seems to jump. $270 the current age. There are many different curious specimens on this island. Though I find myself somewhat sequestered here, perhaps I could make the most of this turn of fate. I find that I am drawn to the strange flora and fauna here. If only I had had samples of them back in the day. The rot grows worse with every passing day, and my medicines run low. But there is no cause for panic. New solutions will be created. A holosynth sample is what I need. One of the new holosynth samples. These ones just continue to pop and pop. Perhaps they've degraded beyond that, but that's all you get off of this particular message.
Taking down some notes.
I
From
forgot
that.
to take down notes. I was just like, wow.
Sam forgot. I was too locked in, but I'll go back and I'll listen. But Alex was taking notes. Alex knows. And yeah, I will take out those 3 and put in the other 3.
$271 current era. In the month of Winter's Heart, the 2nd day. The island has changed once more, but the forested area has grown, consuming nearly the entirety of the island. If ever there was a time, it is now. Here is what I have found. Subjects who are closer in tandem with nature tend to do better as hosts for the specimens. The specimens that have been most successful are of the Jarl Holden variety, where it's taken only from the heart of larger plants. The Jarl Holden variety of species tends to graft better, merges with its host, and allows for a connection with the island itself that subdues the rot and minimizes the influence of the island. However, I have noticed that these particular hosts tend to, there was once an idea presented back in Agna. An Animus Exanima, basically a perfect host. Of course, I cannot replicate such things. Nearly all documentation related to them have been destroyed or hidden some way. But perhaps I could create some sort of transplant. If we could find a way to isolate the avatars of this island into physical form, something small, containable, perhaps navigating this place, understanding it, prizing it open and finding its secrets would not be quite so difficult. Perhaps then, with this island at least neutered, partially subdued, I could turn my attention back where it matters, resolving the crop rot that infects my dear friends. It's been some time since I have experienced the effects of aging. Fortunate in that sense. And it pops and pops and pops a few times, making a strange sound, as if, again, the wax seal has degraded somewhat. I cannot stay in this particular spot for much longer. I have a feeling that my own research will be interrupted, but perhaps I can throw them off my trail long enough if I provide them with something to distract. Perhaps this. I will venture into the forest first to find a Yellholden. From there, with a sample, with a specimen, I will turn to one of the stronger ones. Grafting will take some time. I will need to find a reason to have them subdued and within my care. But as a doctor, it is not so hard to lure one in. Yes. Bring them in. Keep them in my care, but keep them ill enough that they cannot leave. From there, continue with the graft. Transfuse the solution and see what can be contained. Once it is kept within a subduable form, then we can perhaps manipulate the island, and with all of that done, I will present my findings to the head of the Deadwood. No, the Vermilion Crest Order. They will be far more amenable to subduing this island of chaos and mystery. With it controlled, then we will control this island as one controls the center of a chessboard. Yes! And from there, with that done, I will turn to finding proper hosts for my own experimentation. I will need to find more samples. And then the recording seems to cut off.
Something? Taking notes. Have
Certainly.
I or has anyone heard a few words stood out to me there? Yellholden, Crop Rot, and Holothin.
Go ahead and roll a nature check. Anyone who is interested.
Yeah, because I'm up with
I
it.
will.
I shoot straight up.
Nat 20, let's go. Hello.
Nice.
Sam.
Oh, sorry. Let me roll. Boop, 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 boop.
See, the smarties.
The smarter
Rykard and Boone are in the B class.
You could hear us blink loudly twice.
A drop of drool spills from our chin onto the floor.
Rowan, you recognize, at the very least, the term crop rot. It's used to describe any sort of blight that rots away at crops that grow. You've been familiar because your clan has been requested or has assisted with curing crop rot before. Sometimes it comes from a curse or a poisoned well or simply a bad blighted crop season. Nutrients sapped out of the soil, crops planted once more. It's a catch-all term for something that breaks down any sort of vegetation that one might harvest. You know that it's particularly prominent in grasses and straws. There is black that grows in rye. It can lead to madness, illness, hallucinations. You know that when blighted straw is fed to horses, it can cause them to be extremely sick. Same deal with almost any animal that survives off of like straw or hay or grass grazing. It could be heavily impacted with an illness or something else to that effect if they're exposed to plants that are infected with some sort of crop rot. Alex, you don't recognize either of the terms, but you could assume that perhaps these are things that have been named by this scientist herself. Perhaps terms that she uses to refer to something specific.
Okay. Nothing else?
Nope.
Having recognized that term and what crop rot is that something that I might make a connection to the the mushrooms, the cows outside?
Possible. You have a sense that if these strange creatures had potentially consumed a rotted or a blighted crop, you don't really know what these creatures fully are, so the impacts of that on them, you have no clue. But it's possible that they're simply sick, and that's why they're unconscious.
If it were from crop rot, would I know of any kind of like cure or remedy for what they're going through?
Something that would be able to cure some type of poisoning or disease would likely be your best bet.
Okay.
Is Ron voicing this out loud?
Yeah, Rowan has he's probably like laying on the floor somewhere nearby. Like he hasn't seemed like super, like not disinterested, but like this isn't really his wheelhouse. But when he hears that, he does kind of chime in, and he'll like, oh, I've heard of crop rot before. He'll kind of give a little brief rundown of it. And now that I think of it, that could be what's affecting those cows outside.
If I pull out some of the straw that we found in the box, could I kind of carefully, or I'll say like telekinetically, like put it a little bit closer to Rowan and ask him. I've never seen crop rot myself before, but do you think this might be afflicted by it?
I'll sit up and look a little bit closer at it.
Sorry.
Are you looking at the straw braid?
Yeah.
Rowan, take a look over it and go ahead and roll a nature check at advantage here, or a survival check at advantage.
Nature 17.
Taking a look over it, you sort of with your finger sort of peel back a little bit of the braided pattern to take a look. And looking inside, you see what appears to be a few small blackish spores. They almost look like almost like a black mold that is barely present within the folds of this braid.
Yeah, as he kind of sits up, initially kind of trying not to touch it, but he leans closer and his fingers delicately unravel it. He'll kind of pry it open and show to Alex that you see there's little specks in there. That's what it would be. So, yeah.
She mentioned that it was. Did she mention it was affecting friends? Yes. Harrison.
She did mention something to that effect. It's possible that they ate something that was blighted.
This could be something that someone ate, or like had or ate something that ate it, perhaps. In any case, perhaps we should try to do something about those cows, the mushrooms outside. If we could cure them, perhaps we could also. They were also likely here when everything happened. If one of you could perhaps talk to them and see what they might have been seeing here.
Did you say I would need to be able to cure poison or disease, Harry?
You're not entirely sure. It depends on how it's impacting this particular creature. You also know that getting rid of it would, if it was like in food, would require like a purification spell, like a purified food and water.
If it's...
Oh, sorry, you go ahead, Rowan.
I was just gonna say,
Go ahead.
if it's poison, I can fix it. But if it's like a disease, I didn't think that I could.
If it is poison, I definitely can. I don't. Actually, hold on. I'm looking at disease. I thought paladins could also do disease. Sorry, I'm just reading.
Maybe it's at a higher level.
They're immune to disease.
Oh. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I can also cure any poison if that is the case.
I guess it wouldn't hurt to try. See if it works. I mean, then we'll know.
You think it's a plant or an animal?
You mean the cows outside?
Yeah.
They are animals, right?
But they have crop rot.
They might have eaten the.
Yeah, they're like
like
infected.
Oh.
something
Oh.
that had them.
It's possible that they did that. Or
It is
Boone
possible,
right.
or it is possible that she was referring to, like we did see a tree person, so perhaps that is one of her friends that is afflicted with crop rot.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I mean, we haven't really looked or done much with the animals outside, or whatever they are.
It would not hurt to try, at least.
Alright.
I'll get up and start walking out there then.
Yeah.
I'll follow.
All right, you head back outside to where sort of like a pile of cows all sort of laid upon one another await.
I will go to one that looks nice and peaceful. And I guess I'll crouch down next to it, and he'll kind of with this sweeping motion with his hand start to gather in and channel this energy that funnels into his staff. And as the staff begins to glow, I'll reach out and touch it to the cow. And I will spend 2 charges from my Staff of Minor Healing to cast Lesser Restoration.
As you touch it to one of the cow-like creatures, you see that sort of where the top of its head almost seems like fungus-like, as well as the tip of its like long cow-like tail. From sort of its long sort of face, you see like the cow type creature's eyelashes begin to sort of flutter ever so slightly, and it opens its pinkish eyes. In its eyes, it almost looks like pale pinkish, almost like a baby pink type color with like glitter within. It sort of blinks aimlessly a little before dance, and almost like in a horse-like way seems to sort of shake itself side to side a little bit before it sort of like looks towards the other cows, and you see that with its snout begins to sort of tap at one of the other ones and lets off sort of like a low groan type noise.
Where I'm crouching down, or if I'm not crouched down, I'll crouch down next to Rowan, and I'm going to cast Speak with Animals at 1st level.
Okay.
Oh, wait, it's a ritual. Can I cast it as a spell, or do I have to do a ritual?
Yes, it's a spell, or you can forego the spell slot and cast it as a ritual.
I'll just do the spell. I will cast Speak with Animals at 1st level.
All right.
Is the cow still mooing at his comrades?
Yeah, you can hear it sort of mooing and grunting as it sort of taps at one of the other cows. You get a feeling of concern coming off of this creature.
I'll lend a hand like over towards where its nose is and hold it a little bit off, and I'll try to soothe it. Hey, easy, easy, easy.
Go ahead and roll animal handling at advantage.
Well,
You can feel sort of its warm, wet snout where it's letting off these low, sort of deep breaths. It looks at you very almost sadly and leans its snout up against your hand. It moves its snout and sort of like pushes your hand towards the unconscious cow that it had sort of been poking. And it lets out another sort of low, soft grunt asking you for help.
at this, I'll look over at Rowan, and Boone almost looks like childish looking up at you, pleading almost. But she won't say anything, but...
Oh, yeah, without even, responding, he'll funnel in those same threads of magic into his staff, and I'll spend 2 more charges and touch the staff to the neighboring cow.
As you touch it to that cow, again, very similarly seems to slowly begin to blink its eyes as though waking up from a deep sleep, begins to react, and sort of similarly to the other, seems to almost notice that there are several other unconscious cows, but turns its attention towards the pair of you for a second, leans its head up against Boone, gives her side of her face a big lick, does the same towards you, Rowan, and the pair of cows again look back towards the pile.
Seeing this, Beacon will walk up to one of the cows, or I guess 2 of the cows, and I will expend the last of my lay on hands to purify poison for the 2 of them.
The cows slowly begin to awaken. You're more awake now. Boone, you have a sense that they're not like particularly highly intelligent creatures, and you have a sense that although the words you say to them will be understood, you will receive communication from them less in detail and perhaps more through emotion and sort of an empathetic connection.
Okay. Resting a hand on this now, one of the cows, the one that had licked her, rubbing it kind of idly with her thumb, I'll ask her, how long have you been like this?
You can tell that as they sort of waken, they don't seem particularly sure of time and its passage or anything of the sort.
are you injured?
The cows themselves don't seem to be injured, but they do have a sense of confusion about them.
Kind of scratching at its other cheek now. Looking over at the other cow. How many cows are there?
I believe a total of 9 or 12. I cannot recall.
And we woke 4. Did you fall asleep like this?
That's what the cow seems to remember. Was that there was a lot of noise, but they all felt very tired and somehow fell asleep. You have a sense that these creatures are proud and strong and cared very deeply for the people that were here. They seem concerned that they don't see any of them, but they like you very much. They are confused, though, because they recall hearing loud noises and their humans and other humanoid friends being nearby, seemingly panicking, and yet they couldn't help but fall into deep sleeps. Normally, if their friends had been in distress, they would have quickly come over and tried to help as best as they could.
It was just kind of scratching at its face, thinking. I'll convey all this as I understand it to the group behind me.
Maybe that is the night where the tree creature showed up when everyone was hiding in the basement there.
Was there anything off about the last thing that they ate?
Yeah, looking back at the cow. Before feeling sleepy, do you remember your food tasting strange?
The cows all seem to almost look towards each other before giving a collective nod that it tasted a little like dusty or like dirt. But that's not completely unusual, seeing as the humans and humanoids primarily kept them in a partially dirt or like a dirt floor barn or set of stables
think
off to the
sensual?
side.
Is that where we are now? By that stable?
Yeah, it's sort of like less of a full set barn, definitely more of a stable. It's sort of just an awning reaching over a small area off the side of the wall, and there's some dirt.
Looking around, do I see any kind of trough or feed bin?
You do see what would have been a trough or a feed bin. It appears to be very much empty at this point in time. You can see only like 1 or 2 little scraps of hay remaining. It almost looks as though somebody had cleared it out or cleaned it.
I'll point
Or
over
perhaps
to it.
simply a long period of time has caused the wind to blow it away or something to that effect. It's oddly empty.
I'll point over towards the feed trough, and I'll look back at the cow and be like, "Is this the feed?"
The cow gives a deep sniff and gives a bit of a nod. As best as a cow can nod.
Scratch at its head somewhere. If any of yous is better with like plants and medicine specifically, look over at Rowan and Beacon. See what you can learn from the scraps of hay left in the basin over there. I think Alex was right about it being the food.
Isn't it cleared out now?
But there's still
There's
like
a
a
couple scraps.
little pieces of hay.
Yeah, Rowan, let's see what we can learn.
All right. Head over and try to take a closer look at whatever's left from they were eating.
Yeah, and as Boone is kind of interacting with the cows, I just like to just take a look over them as she's interacting with them. Especially, do they all have the pink kind of glittery eyes?
Yes. But they are all pinkish in color generally.
Okay, all right then. I'm just gonna keep an eye out just to be safe, to see if they start reacting like any of like those sharks that we encountered that also had like kind of like pink eyes.
Okay.
I guess. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Beacon and Rowan, are the pair of you going to look over what little bit of food is left in the trough?
Yeah.
Yes.
As you approach, taking a look, there's maybe like a strand or two of hay that remain in the trough. One of them appears to be a little bit dusty and dirty, and the other one is all but flaked and crumbled away.
Maybe we should look at the one that's a bit more dirty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I want to specifically look for like, trying to think, because I don't know if it would be more, I don't know what you think, Chris, like more beneficial to look at the, look for like some of like the pink substance that we've seen, or maybe like mold or something like that. Or something that looks like mold.
Yeah, I would think like traces of like mold or that raw.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll investigation in that case.
Okay. I can roll investigation. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Can I be helping, Beacon?
It's a little late to call it.
Well, we did our best.
As the pair of you look over the little bit of hay that remains, you don't get a sense of any rot, anything pink, nothing like that stands out to either of you.
Nothing here that we can tell.
What if you look at the dirt that's on the one strand? The cow said it tasted dirty.
Sure, and I'll take a look at the specifically the dirt, I guess.
Yeah, if like Rowan, if you can like cast detect magic or something on it. I don't know.
On the dirt?
On the dirt, yeah. That's on the hay.
Alright, I will give that a go. I will spend my last first level slot and I will cast a detect magic.
You cast detect magic and you find nothing magical in the trough, on the dirt, or on the piece of straw that is in the trough that has a little bit of dirt on it.
He kind of looks around at everything, stands up, turns his head, side looks around real wide. I don't really see anything anywhere other than us.
Just I'll look at the cow. I'll just go. I'll ward them off from eating anything out of the trough, and instead, you said we're in like a paddock of some kind.
Yes. Like a,
Like an awning.
Yeah, it's like a
Bunch of
partially covered sort of area.
Gotcha.
It's less of like a paddock and almost like it's almost like an awning coming off of the side of the central building. There are like ropes and some fences, but it's not fully enclosed.
Okay. That being said, I'm going to put my hand to the ground and I'm going to cast Druidcraft to make the little area that we are in bloom with grass and wildflowers, just for the cows to have something that's not scary.
Right. A little bit of grass and some flowers spring up. The cows that are awake seem very grateful and almost as though they're suddenly aware of their own hunger. They begin to graze, but you can tell that they're still concerned for their animal peers who are still unconscious at present.
Did you
And
let them...
no like strange behavior from the cows.
They don't seem to be behaving strangely, no.
kind of looked
You
at
have a sense,
Boone.
Alex, that they are just naturally pink.
Naturally pink. Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
The strawberry milk cows.
Okay.
I looked at Boone.
That's
Uh,
where my milk comes from.
Could you tell them that tomorrow I can try to help them more?
Yeah, I'll look over at Beacon. You tapped?
I'm tapped. There's nothing more that I can do right now.
Alright, I will reassure the cows that in the morning we will do our best to restore the rest of their friends, but that we can't do any more right now.
That does seem to soothe their sort of worried feeling that emanates off of them just a little bit.
Scratch their little ears.
They're funny because their ears almost have like a oyster mushroom sort of springy texture to them, as does most of their skin. Rather than it feeling like the soft sort of fur of a cow, it almost just feels like stringy, almost like the feeling of like dandelion fluff as you pet them.
Where does that
There's-
leave us?
A shrug.
I imagine that if we had gone to the library, and you mentioned that there was like a book, with like some notes jutting out of it, I think Alex probably would have like taken that one down. Anything discernible about the notes that was like, stuck to that book?
Yeah, as you all sort of return back in and you take a look once more in that area, Alex, taking out the notes, it's funny. You see what appears to be a drawing of a map, highly detailed, but it's of a place that looks unrecognizable to you. You've never seen this place. You don't recognize this place. It looks to be some sort of town or village, perhaps.
Alright, the cartographer, I need your help.
Oh, yeah, of course. What's what do you need help with?
Could you perhaps help me identify where this place might be or some features about it? And I will point down towards the map, kind of studying it myself as well.
Alright, I'll take a look at it. If I don't recognize the town, could I try to discern any, like, if it's coastal, any kind of, like, terrain features, anything geographically on a map that I might be able to notice?
Go ahead and roll, let's say, a survival check, Boone.
Okay. 22! I am
Let's
a
go!
cartographer.
That's our
I
cartographer.
am a cartographer!
Looking over it, things are not labeled, and it's all very confusing. But you can clearly tell, despite the sort of like weather-wear and worn nature of this seemingly ancient-looking map, or at least it stands out to you as probably at least 50 years old, Boone. Looking over it, you can tell that it appears to be a coastal village. There's a few landmarks that stand out to you. Looks to be like some sort of church. Perhaps like an opera house, some sort of court of law, a grand castle on an island, some fanciful gardens.
I'll point these features out to Alex, kind of with my finger as I indicate each one.
Alright, Alex will just kind of nod and make note.
As far as the town, I don't.
Sounds like there is some fairly generic features there. Is there anything that stands out to you as particularly important to whoever drew this map?
That is a good question. Do I see anything that seems to like draw the eyes to it on the map?
Looking over it, there's one thing, where you'd expect to see like a compass rose sort of like engraved thing or perhaps an emblem. You see what looks to be a ink and wax covered corner that seems to be hiding something.
If I thumb over it, is it raised at all, or is it like dyed into the paper?
It does feel raised, but you have a feeling that you might have to be careful peeling it back.
Who here is good with stickers?
In what way? I like stickers.
In a
Stickers as well.
dexterous, cautious way.
Ooh, right, Pod's really
Um,
good with the sounds.
Oh, not so much.
Yeah?
You know that's from rooming with him.
Pause.
Well, you know.
No, I don't. We're gonna keep it that way also. Okay, right, Carter, do you wanna... There's something, like, obscure in the bottom of this map. On the bottom, if you want to try and pick it off without ruining it. It's quite old.
Take a shot at it. Would anything in my forgery kit help me with this?
Sure. We'll say you can use your forgery kit to give you advantage on this.
Sweet.
As you go into your forgery kit, you take out a very fine sort of metal implement that would allow you to sort of carve out some wax and potentially heat wax of your own to create your forged wax seals for some letters.
Is this sleight of hand with like proficiency, or is this
Sleight of hand with proficiency at advantage.
okay? So proficiency bonus is 3 right now.
Oh, nice.
So it would be 27.
All right. As you slide the metal bit against the edge of the map, it pops off almost as if there was no effort required at all. Looking at it, you see what appears to be a somewhat ink splotched but still moderately visible drawing of what looks to be a masquerade style mask that has candles sticking off of the top of it.
Does that make any sense to you guys?
I don't think so.
Looks like the masks that we saw in the ruins, I believe. Does it not? We
Oh,
also
yeah?
saw masks.
Oh, yeah, right.
Right. Were people wearing masks? Did we collect? I think we did collect some of the masks as well. I think we did take some.
I don't have any.
I don't have any on me.
I do not believe I took any.
I'll hand Boone the little wax bit I peeled off.
I'll take it. Start rolling it around.
Did we see any? I don't think we saw any specific mask with like candles. Did we?
Nope.
No.
Maybe a stupid question, but does this mask, like the candles on this mask, have the same grooves as the recordings for the phonograph?
Not that you can tell.
Okay.
So perhaps this this map is connected to this place somehow. I don't know.
Would maybe seem like it, yeah.
Does
I
the
would say-
castle look at all like the Eastern Outpost or Brave Hollow?
No, it doesn't look like either to you.
Where'd you find this map?
It was in a book. What book was it found in? Where it was like a memoir, right? Or it's a section of memoirs, at least.
It was in a section that had memoirs, children's stories, and just general like fiction. If you go back over and you take a look at the book, you take it down from the shelf that it was up on, and as you flip it open, it appears to be a story, appears to be fictional, written by an author who's sorry guys, my brain's just shutting off on me. The initials
You're good.
appear to be AF. And the book itself, as you flip through, just sort of casually, not reading super in depth, seems to detail a journey of a young man who sets out on a ship that goes into a storm. And as it reaches the storm, the captain seems to abandon the ship, and he ends up in a strange land filled with mist. And as he stays there, slowly, it feels as though he begins to forget where he first came from and becomes enthralled by the island and needs to find a way to escape.
Seemed like he did at the
You would have to actually read the book to find out.
All right. Yeah. I will.
You're taking the book, Alex?
Oh.
I
Sam.
am glitching out right
Oh.
now. Hold on. Whoa! I'm glitching out. Okay, wait. Am I back?
Look, Sam's got the red mist.
Oh god.
Big daughter. The
Sorry.
curse of Penny
Sorry.
G.
Yes, I was asking. How would this be a very long read?
Yes, it's like a novel, a full-length novel.
All right, I'll take it then to read later.
Okay. You can add the book by AF. to your
Book
inventory.
by AF. As book.
Has book.
As book. And if we're not using it right now, I'll also take the map as well that goes with it.
Sure.
I just got more questions now.
Yeah, me too. I'm like,
Seems to be a running theme.
Seems like all important stuff, though. We should probably
I
bring
agree.
back to Vermilion. Do we want to head back, or is there anything else you guys want to check out here?
Well, we should
I
probably
mean,
take
I
a look
think
at the towers.
It's true. They
All
are
right.
now built.
Do you want to split up for that, or all stay together?
We can split up.
I get up and run out of the room to go look for one.
I'm gonna go find my tower.
As you all run forth and split off to
And I'll go-
individual towers, let's take a 10-minute break.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna go drink my strawberry milk.
Hey,
your
you.
strawberry milk.
I was just about to say.
So, heading off to your individual towers. Rowan, as you move towards your tower, you see that the scaffolding that had been on the outside, the saws and planks of wood and beams of wood, as well as these sort of large stick stone bricks, have primarily been moved aside. That, but the upper section seems to be mostly intact.
Yeah, Harry, you're glitching out.
Yeah.
You're like cutting in and out.
As you enter alone for now.
Roll a wisdom
Oh,
saving throw,
Harry.
bitch.
Alone.
You take 100 points of damage. You fail your death saves. Daniel Gardiner, welcome back to the campaign.
Let's go.
It's all part of the plan.
Are you back, Harry?
He just left roll 20.
Oh no! He's like
Uh-oh.
back on the.
Henrietta got him. Henrietta got him.
Henrietta got him.
DDoSed.
Yeah.
D&D dust.
He does.
Oh,
Hello.
are you
Oh,
back?
Harry.
Oh no.
Don't go towards the light.
Funny.
If you hear a strange voice whispering, "Come into the forest," do not follow it. We just watched this movie.
I think I've seen this film before.
And I didn't like the ending. Somebody cast Lester Restoration.
I only have
Fuck,
two
wait,
charges
we're
left.
out of uses. No.
No.
Well,
Are you saying words?
Oh, he's
Because your
back.
thing is. Oh.
Yeah, your
You
thing's
guys
blowing
hear
up,
me okay
Harry,
now?
but we can't hear
Oh.
you. Oh, whoa.
Oh.
we heard that.
Link with me.
Yeah,
I can
kinda.
Oh,
No.
Oh no.
How about now?
Actually,
oh, well, we
casting.
can
Hello?
hear you, but you're a bit garbled.
Still?
Okay, wait, no.
That was good.
You were
That
no,
was
you're
good.
better now. You got
Okay.
cured.
Oh my god.
Fingers crossed.
He's back. He's back.
Okay.
Or-
So,
Oh,
Rowan,
yes.
as you approach your tower, you can see and like the wood beams, the planks, the bricks and such that were left outside initially, the signs that people had been trying to expand into this tower to create some sort of barracks, have mostly been moved away. You can see as you approach the tower that it stands tall and firm. You can see that all the bits that seem to be crumbling away from it before have, at least on the surface level, been replaced and cleaned up. Looking into the tower, as you open up the door, what do you find?
Oh, me? Oh. I'm so. I had my popcorn out. I'm like, I don't even remember what I designed it like.
It's pinned. It's pinned.
It's pinned? Okay, hold on, let me.
Don't worry about that. Oh wait, that's the wrong image. I didn't mean to send that.
Cloud and Godzilla.
Don't worry
The
about
first
that.
thing that I saw. Oh my god. Okay. Anyway, Rowan would see the. Again, I don't know the state that it's left in necessarily, but the beginnings of a workshop. Kind of two long series of benches and with different woodworking tools equipped to them. Kind of like a brazier in the corner. Another table with some area for writing, maybe some candles on the desk, some blank journals for him to work in and fill out. And yeah, not too much exciting on the first floor. When he goes up the stairs and rounds the corner, he'll find kind of a cozy, simple sleeping area. He's not really used to anything incredibly lavish or crazy, so just a nice big cozy bed is probably the greatest thing that he could see. A little bench by the window and a desk and a chest in the other corner of the room.
The space is cozy and homey, simple in the best of ways, and yet has some features of you. Additionally, one other thing you do see added to the space is what seems to be a small crystal right beside the entrance to the door. It is purplish in color and gives off a soft glow, illuminating the space in a sort of natural bioluminescent way.
Is it like just a light, or if I touch it, does anything happen?
You're touching it?
Well,
Too late. Too late.
Yeah, I think if he kind of like is standing by the doorway looking through the area, if he sees the crystal kind of on the wall, he'll just with like a light amusement on his face, will kind of reach out and kind of run his fingers along it as it lights up.
As you touch it, the crystal shimmers ever so slightly, and you see the appearance of the objects in your room changes color.
Hmm? Like to what color?
Blue.
Everything in the room is blue?
Everything in the room has more of a blue tone to it.
Whoa. I like put my finger in like a different. How does it work? Can I tell like how I'm activating it?
You touch it once more and think of a different color, and you see that everything in the room switches to like a soft greenish hue now.
Whoa. That's cool. I guess other than that, he'll just kind of look around a little bit. Are there any, if I like look kind of in the corners of the room, do I see any like remnants of maybe like before the area was repaired, like a little bit of like stone rubble or like pieces of wood, like just something kind of small that I could fit in my hands or put in my bag?
Yes, you see that there's like a loose bit of stone fixed into one of the walls, and you sort of poke at it a little bit, and a little piece of it crumbles off and into your hand.
Yeah, I'll just kind of take it out, and I'll look at it, and then tuck it away in his bag for safekeeping. Just spend a little more time kind of getting familiarized with the space.
Rykard, in a moment of peace and solitude, a rare moment, you approach the tower that you think could be fit for your own home. You know that a few specifications were given here and there in sort of quiet, private, and through written instructions with Lucan somewhere at the back of your adventure, vaguely out of the sense of memory. You recall some sort of communication, and the place appears to be made partially to your specifications. As you open the doors, what does Rykard find?
I guess the remnants of what could possibly be with some work. Maybe like a general, just random bits and bobs store. There's a lot of just like random junk in it. With some really old, probably rickety bookshelves or shelf cases, and I would imagine probably a lot of cobwebs to clean up and barrels, and it just seems like everything that wanted to not be out on display was shoved in here from the previous fort or its owners or whatever. And there's a narrow staircase towards the back of the room as he opens it up, the double doors, that leads up to a pretty open, sparse room. Seems like there's something covered in the corner up by like a tarp or a piece of cloth draped over it. Looks like there's remnants of what was maybe candles here just laid out on the floor that have long since been burned away. And just a few chests, mostly empty, lying about.
The space feels not necessarily lived in so much as somebody has been here before you. But you have a feeling, Rykard, that this place could do, or a place to lay your head or leave some of your belongings. Boom.
Awesome.
As you approach your tower, you find that the doors themselves to your tower seem a little bit solid, as if they're harder to open. But you do notice that somebody who has been in this space, or perhaps something that was in this space before you, has knocked out one of the windows. Peering in, you think within you find, or can see, or peek through and gleam what seems to be a thick growth of plants. What do you find in there?
Walking through the first floor, it's like entirely overgrown in a chaotic, like almost paleocenic way with like a very startling diversity to the flora. Not a lot of naturally encountered species of plants. But it's like wildly untended in disorder. It seems like it might have served as some kind of herbal garden, but it has been left to the ravages of time and plant growth. And there seems to be a small spring welling up from somewhere beneath the ground, from some kind of reservoir on the island that pulls into like a shallow little pond divot that snakes a bit out from the center of the room. And in the corner of the ceiling, there's a small hatchway up, notably without any kind of access point, no ladder, no staircase. And flying up through it, it leads to a small attic space, fit with a hanging cot in the center by a window and a very threadbare, kind of moth-eaten rug laying on the wooden floor, with a smaller storage room, mostly empty, fit into the corner of the room as well.
As you enter this space, what feelings sort of wash over you?
It's almost calm seeing the disorder in the first room. A kind of reclamation almost of what once was like an organized, almost pragmatic garden, has kind of just become something different entirely. She feels no need to try and like landscape it back or anything like that, rather recognizing different plant species and stuff within it, how nature has its own order, which to the average observer looks most like disorder. But every plant has its own space and they all interweave together. And then the top area it's small. It's very much like a storage attic that has a few accommodations in it, but it's, if it were more lavish, she would feel uncomfortable in it. So it's relief, almost.
Relieved in the somewhat cluttered yet secure space, feeling as though there's almost a privacy to this area that you are entering, Boone. You are able to find a small measure of comfort, a small piece of relief that washes over you, perhaps for the first time since you've encountered this strange island. Beacon, as you approach your tower, what do you find as you throw open the door?
First thing I find is the bottom part of this tower seems to have been repurposed to look more like a small church or like chapel. It is decorated with curtains of white and blue and kind of like this lightish gray. It has been also decorated with many candles and many symbols of the of the sun, particularly at the front of this area that looks kind of like an altar. Um, and as he goes upstairs to the higher floor, he finds this area that reminds him somewhat of home in Clofjord, um, though it is a lot more frugal than he is used to. Um, yeah, with like the same kind of light blue and white decorations. Also decorating this place. Several places to sit and like a very comfortable bed, definitely around the comfort that he is used to back home in Clofjord. There are a few chests and a stand. Seems like the perfect place to put his armor.
As you enter the space, you feel both a sense of awe, but also a small sense of comfort. Feels just enough like home, but different enough that there is a little bit of relief that washes over you. You have a sense that this could be a place where you could be comfortable. And also reflective. Alex, as you approach your tower, opening the door, what do you find?
Stepping inside of this tower, this one seems to open up to what looks like either like a small library, maybe, or some kind of study, perhaps. Um, it has a kind of like tiled surface underneath, a little bit cracked. At the far edge, there is a fireplace, unlit, but still looks like it's usable, even though it hasn't been used in some time. On the wall, there is a stained glass image of a lotus flower, the symbol of Bray Apollo, kind of letting in these streams of light coming in from the outside. There's like a big ornate rug in the middle, as well as a desk and some chairs to sit in. Um, If Alex were to poke his head upstairs, he'd find a room that's a little bit like cluttered upstairs. It doesn't seem like there's anything beyond that, beyond just like debris and like perhaps a space that could be used for something else later. But as he kind of goes downstairs and starts browsing through the bookshelves here, there aren't that many books. It's kind of sparse at the moment. But what he does find that catches his eye is a book entitled The Casebook of Alanic Ray and Arthur Sedgwick, which was like a series of like book series that he and his siblings would used to read together. And as he kind of instinctively moves to like kind of pull it off the shelf, it actually opens up like with a little click. And the bookcase kind of peels back a little bit and reveals this kind of like hidden compartment in a ladder that leads up to a much smaller room, a lot smaller than most likely what he's used to. But there is a bed, and there is a table, um, and a little chest, and some other things kind of decorating the room. It seems to be a place that is very, like, kind of efficient. Like, it is very much a place that is designated kind of for sleep, and sleep alone. Um, yeah, so very small but kind of cozy circular shaped room with this almost like warm and like neutral purple um, color to it.
As you enter the space, Alex, what sort of emotions does it evoke?
Um, as he enters this space here, I think there are some feelings of nostalgia. Here, there are like some aspects of this that definitely remind him of home. And there's also a sense of kind of curiosity as well, that kind of naturally sparks being in the study. But being inside the bedroom, there's an odd like kind of like sense of calm, and kind of natural ease that comes in. It's a bit of a welcome relief, seeing as his sleep has been a little bit kind of disturbed as of late. This space, um, yeah, it's a little bit more cozy, but also a little bit more comfortable as well. All right, that change of music.
Why is there a shambling mound in Alex's room?
Don't worry about it.
A what?
So, as each of you settle into your towers, there is a moment of slight reprieve. A few moments, perhaps, that you could take to think of matters other than the current task at hand, if you so choose. Or perhaps to take a moment alone and reflect on your journeys thus far.
I think with a moment of privacy and quiet after essentially being stuck with the same group of people day in, day out, Boone will kind of let out a heavy sigh, just a weary sigh. I think she's mostly feeling a bit somber, a bit not humbled, but what's the word? A bit more grounded after the events of the past few days. I think she's coming to kind of a bubble popping realization that some evils that she thought were in the rear view aren't actually unique, that it's not special, that this kind of thing can be encountered anywhere. People using others as a means to an end, thinking that they themselves are above another when we're all just creatures at the end. And just kind of takes a moment to steady and kind of feel herself in the place that she is now, instead of always kind of thinking back to somewhere else.
Just take a moment to yourself. Again, a slight relief washes over you, a sense of safety. Some problems are behind you, and yet they don't feel so distant, maybe closer than you thought. And indeed, it seems that troubles and struggles are found all over the place. Yet, at some level, you don't feel like you're shying away from these struggles or the things that you face now. This time, you haven't run. Rykard, are you taking a moment alone, or are you taking the time to connect with another person in your group?
Oh, for sure, taking the time alone. Lighting up a cigarette and just taking it all in.
As you take a moment to yourself, what does Rykard reflect on?
I guess the journey getting to Brave Hollow, and just how fast everything happened, how intense things got so quickly, and also the fact that he's kind of got his own room now for like the first time ever to himself. So a bit of, there's a little bit of sadness there, but there's also a bit of happiness.
You take in the silence, drinking it in like water from a well. You've rarely been so alone. Even when out on the Great Plains or traveling through magma fields, trying to find your way to the nearest port, there was never a sense of being able to relax, being able to be alone, being able to simply experience the quiet between running, stowing away, darting from alley to alley, hiding away in a caravan, hoping that you wouldn't be seen at a toll booth, running through a crowd, and then on the boat where you had met Rowan. A moment alone, a moment of peace. Now that you have it, you don't even know what to do with it. You drink it in. Rowan, do you seek a moment alone or seek a moment with companionship?
I think, kind of as Rowan finishes looking through the tower and finds himself in that second story, just kind of sat on the bed looking around, he also takes in his surroundings and begins to reflect on the whirlwind that has been the last few days and his journey away from home. I think he would reflect a lot on how he's grown and how he's started to do some of the things that he sought out to do, but that it was a lot more than he bargained for. And I don't think he ever expected to be so quickly wrapped up in so many horrific situations. And I think his mind particularly goes to Alex and the knowledge that he has some sort of curse that, with these skills that he's developed, he can't seem to fix, but he possesses a connection. So I think kind of trying to take some time to meditate for one. He'll kind of cross his legs and sit on the bed, kind of with his wand in his lap, and I will expend a spell weaving charge to, as a ritual, cast Sending. His wand in his lap. His wand in his hand, is that better? But kind of holding his wand as it's part of the focus for that spell. He will think back to home, back to his coven, initially thinking of his coven leader, who they seek the help of, but instead diverting his focus to a closer friend that might be easier to talk to. He will try to send a message to his close friend, Valerie. And he will say, "Hi Val, it's Rowan. Finally figured out that spell. I miss you, but I think I might need help. Where are you? Has everyone moved?" And as he kind of sends out that energy, he will kind of maintain his meditative calm and just wait.
It seems to take a moment, as if the person on the other end is waiting for the whole thing to come through. Slowly, you begin to hear a voice. Rowan, you grow stronger already. We have found a new place. A place where people need much aid. What is it you need assistance with?
Kind of waits in silence for a few more seconds. He groans and kind of flops back on the bed. All right, let's do it again. And I will. I'm out of his walking charges, so I will expend my last wild shape to get back some spell weaving charges, and I guess spend another 10 minutes to ritual cast sending to her again. My new friend is cursed. Tried to remove it, but I can't. I think Mother can help. Where did you go? Who needs help?
Rowan, we are split in twain. There was a river crossing, and we had to separate. But we have kept in contact. Mother and many of the other elders in the coven are still in healthful spirit. As for myself, I am with a few others in the northernmost reaches of the Raiding Empire. We're close to an area that the Raidiri call Fort Odverge. We've been there before with you, when we were both very young.
One, could you spell the fort what? Fort Odverge?
Fortnite.
Fortnite, right. Fortnite Battle Pass. Oh my god, I actually almost spelled it right. Okay, missed an E. And then where did she say that Mother and the other half of the coven were?
She said they got split at a river crossing.
Oh, but she I thought she said they're something. Did she say they're just like in good spirits, they're healthy, they're
Yeah, she said like they're healthy, they're fine, but
Oh,
we're
okay.
split up.
Oh, okay. Okay. So presumably they're still somewhere in the wilds, and the other half are in the northernmost reaches of the Raiding Empire near Fort Odverge.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, is that how you say it?
Odverge, yeah.
Odverge. Okay. Okay. Well. These long ass conversations. Can I just leave her on red? Is that bad, you guys? Like, I feel like that's I got what I need to know about. No, I guess if no one has come to my tower, if I don't hear any commotion, kind of like peeking out the window, I will spend some more time. I will spend another spell weaving charge, and I will try to wrap it up. I will say, I'll have to talk with my friends to see where the best place would be to meet. I'll try to be in touch with you more soon. I think I have to go, though. Nice hearing from you. Stay safe, please.
You get a sort of short reply. Be safe, and let me know if anything changes with your friend. We're heading southward, I think, sometime soon. Perhaps at the changing of the seasons. Or for the changing of the seasons, rather.
He'll just kind of sigh, a little bit energetically spent, but also feeling some relief and just knowing where they are and having successfully made contact with them. And then he'll just kind of lay there for a minute and kind of mull over their options and wait to hear something or hear from someone.
Okay. Beacon, do you choose to spend the time alone or spend the time with someone else?
I think Beacon will spend this time alone for a bit. It's ignoring the chat. It's been a long few, well, not long, but he spent like the last few months like constantly in the presence of other people, whether it be his new friends or with Alex. So he is content for just a moment, sitting with himself, just kind of thinking about the last few months, the journey that brought him and Alex to Brave Hollow, and the situations that they find themselves in now. He thinks about the people that they can help, but also his mind constantly wanders back to Alex and this curse that has befell him. And in a moment that was supposed to be more just like a breather, he does find himself kind of ruminating on his friend and like all the ways that he can try to help him and his newfound friends, and the options that they have to hopefully cure him of this ailment.
Spend a moment to reflect in your solitude. You can feel sort of the weight of your armor. Time spent wearing it. You can't recall a time outside of your training or some of the drills that you were forced to participate in when you were younger, where you had to wear it so frequently. Feel perhaps you've been more on edge than ever these last few weeks. But there is a gratifying feeling in knowing that you are being helpful or useful, or that you are taking another step on this journey. Alex, in your tower, what do you choose to do?
I think Alex will sit in kind of the base of the tower in that study area. Pull out that book again, kind of ruminating on it a little bit, flipping back through a story that he hasn't read in a long while. And as he's kind of flipping through the pages, he will eventually look down at the tattoo that he has on his arm, kind of pulling up his sleeves a little bit to see the full tattoo, this kind of embellished feathered quill that extends down to his hand. The ink kind of looks as though it's like swirling through, almost like swirling through his veins, I guess. It's usually black, though a little bit of color shifts with like some thoughts. So like deep blues, and like it can shift to like a rich red and a vibrant green and orange as he holds it out kind of in front of the stained glass. And as he kind of holds it out to himself, he thinks back to the night maybe of his fajitas, or maybe when his fajitas was going to be beginning, that he was just going to be preparing to go on his 16th birthday. He had burned away all of his childhood belongings, probably maybe this book as well, or at least his own copy of it, as is kind of tradition. So that night he was a little bit kind of surprised, I think, to find something sitting on his bed when he entered his room. He found a tattooing kit with a magical needle and ink, and along with it, a note. So he kind of reaches down to a small envelope that he keeps attached to his belt and pulls out this note that he received. Sorry, I should not be looking at the chat. Yeah, he pulls out this note that he got, I think, like 3-4 years ago now. I don't think the script is one that he necessarily recognizes. There's no name attached to it. Just a single sentence written in green ink. Something along the lines of, never stop asking questions. He stares at that note, I think for a little while. Doesn't really say anything, but thinks about it. How maybe this was a reminder that he needed at one point in time when the questions were necessary, but becoming difficult to ask, especially knowing what they might cost. But also how it's still relevant now, as he thinks about all of the questions that kind of remain about the curse, the cult, all of these strange mysteries that Craven's Bone has to offer, kind of waiting to be delved into. And he takes the ring that we had gotten recently and kind of twists the translucent ring of disappearance on his finger. And the shadows of the room kind of naturally curl and twist up his arm as they absorb the magic from the tattoo and channel it back into the ring in these kind of like inky strands of shadow. Not necessarily giving something up, but just kind of using different tools for the same type of job. And I would like to begin the process, or perhaps if we have time to completely do it, to unattune to the Illuminator tattoo for now and attune to the Ring of Disappearance instead.
Okay. The tattoo on you starts to sort of turn almost like liquid, as though it had simply been ink on the surface of your skin that never truly sunk in, and water simply washes it away. You can feel the magic sort of almost seeping out of you, and it's as though the ink seems to roll up your body back onto the finger where the ring is, almost coalesces around the ring itself. Time passes with each of you in your own space. It's good to have some solitude, space away from one another, as well as those moments where you are together. Few beams of sunlight pass through the windows into each of your rooms, to each of your towers. You have only a few hours left in the day. There's time to rest if you would like it, or a little time to do the last few tasks that need to be done before the end of a long day.
Having not heard from anyone for a little while, I guess I'll just go out into like the courtyard, and I will cast thaumaturgy to make my voice really loud, and I'll just like try to imitate a bird, like
Ms. Girl.
Just like
What are you doing?
I'll do my best bird, my best bird sound, and see if it attracts anyone's attention.
You are such an only child, it hurts.
See Rykard come out with the cigarette, looking very confused.
Boone will poke her head out the top window.
Yeah, Beacon's also like from the sanctuary, just like peeking his head out. It's like,
Like looking up.
everything okay?
That was a huge bird that just flew by. You guys just missed it.
Yeah, it sounded.
Just like a
Massive.
smile on his face. Yeah.
It sounded sick. Like something's wrong with it.
I don't know. I think it sounded kind of cool.
Thank you, Alex. I mean, no, I agree. I thought so too. Well, I've been alone in the tower for a really long time, so maybe we should do something.
It has been 6 minutes now.
I mean, it's not really dark yet, so
Boone's going back inside.
What did you have in mind?
I don't know. I mean, are we all just like going to bed?
Hmm, I don't know. Like, is there anything that
In terms of PM, how how late does it look?
In terms of PM, you are S. Shut the hell up.
It's like, I don't know, like 9, 8 p.m.
Oh, like in the summer though, so it's a little late still.
Yes, there's still
Spring.
some light.
When the weather is wet.
Well, I don't know. We just didn't really talk about, I guess, what the plan is, or I mean, if we're not doing anything tonight, what are we doing tomorrow? I'm yelling in the courtyard because no one will come down.
Beacon will come down.
Bro, I'm right next to you. Why are you screaming?
I can't see Boone anymore.
Boone's gone. Boone left.
Alex has just been casting message towards you. But if Alex sees the other,
Well, I don't know. What's the most pressing thing? I know we're worried about these experiments and the pink stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I guess seeing if those people can be saved, I guess. Kind of figure that out first.
Is there anything that is very pressing? Maybe we can see if we can crack the cipher. That might yield us more answers of what was done to them, and possibly if what can be done can be reversed.
Ciphers usually take quite a bit of time to crack, especially when we do not have any sort of frame of reference for anything. Not that it is impossible, but it is simply going to be time consuming.
Yeah.
And I know that we still have to find Urgilt, and
Yeah.
it seems like, since he is alive and could be in danger, that we might wish to go and find him perhaps first, and then when
Should
we make
we-
our way back to the lodge.
Should we maybe drop off the information and this, the stuff to maybe some people in the Vermilion Crest that Lucan can put us in touch with, and while they're trying to crack that, we go off and try and find him. Save that guy.
I think I don't think the Vermilion Crest really needs it right now.
Well, I mean, there's things down there. I don't know if they can be saved. I don't want to leave them down there for too long.
Yeah, the faster we can find out what can be done to help them, the better.
So if we can kind of multitask and hand that off to somebody else while we go find the other guy, I don't know, maybe kill two birds with one stone, you know what I mean?
I could try to reach out to Urgild. Just haven't tried that yet.
Yeah.
That is true. Perhaps see if he's in danger and see if
Wasn't
that's more
that
pressing task.
sorry, very quickly out of character, didn't Lucan say that they were trying to get a hold of him?
I thought we asked and he said no one has attempted.
He also
yet.
said that Urgil doesn't respond to shit. If I remember correctly.
No, that was what's his name? The other guy.
That was Master Florian.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
Master Florian.
I'll just try. I'll just reach down and grab my wand and flip it over, and I'll just spend my last 3rd level slot, and I will really quickly try to cast Sending towards Urgild, the chef, as I last remember seeing him. Hi, Urgild. It's Rowan. If you remember me, we heard that you're missing. Are you safe? Where are you? Do you need help? Where did you go? Anything we should know? I'll wait patiently.
You don't have to wait too long to receive a response.
Oh my god.
He answered.
You hear that you hear from the voice of the chef that you recognize. Went out to find food in the dark place. Many ingredients, but found a way into tight squeeze and stuck.
Oh no.
Very dark down here.
Okay, so sorry, it was cutting out a little bit. So he said he went to go find food because there's a lot of ingredients, and then he got he was in a dark place and he got stuck.
He's in a dark place. He went to the dark place to find those
Hmm.
ingredients.
Hmm.
And he went into a place that was a tight squeeze where he got stuck.
Oh no, and he's stuck right now. He answered. He said he's stuck. He went to the dark place to find those things. So he's underground, I guess. and he got stuck. He's stuck somewhere.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh, wait, I'm not there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry, Boone saw some bullshit was going on and left.
Well, then we should go looking for him if he's stuck. It's quite urgent.
Guess he might have been down there for days now.
Where was that place again? What did Lucan say?
It was near the it was kind of close to the lodge, but kind of like close to here as well. I think it was like in between, maybe perhaps slightly closer to the lodge. Is that what he said, Harrison? Or
Yeah, closer to the lodge, and it would be like sort of on your way back if you were adventuring from here.
so I think we should just perhaps teleport to the lodge, perhaps in the morning if we need to, and just go straight to go finding him. And then we can go and drop off whatever we need at Vermilion Crest later.
Yeah.
Yes, and we also need to help the cows. I've heard from them.
Yes.
You
Actually,
promised.
we promise. Actually, speaking of the cows, Ron, I don't know if you want to accompany me with this, but I was hoping that we could investigate that area a bit more thoroughly. We only really looked at the trow. Maybe there's a bit more that we can investigate.
Rowan is so shocked that
Rowan's like, you want to hang out with me?
You want to hang out with me?
Oh my
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was reading something because I don't know why I thought you said Boone. So I like, oh my god, I clocked that. Sorry. What did he ask? He wants to go check
Oh
out
my
what
God.
grocery.
God.
I'm
You're
sorry.
uninvited. You're uninvited.
Oh my
I'm going.
God.
Well, no, I'm shocked. I'm shocked by no one being more concerned about her guild. Okay, all right. What?
Bro, stuck.
Boone and Beacon Journey, I guess, instead.
Sorry. A
Yeah,
closer,
go
fuck you,
alone.
Rowan.
Goddamn.
a closer look at what?
At the area where the cows were.
Oh.
Oh my god, and
I
Kezia
want
said
to
it in character
investigate it.
too, and it was so good, and you
Oh,
fucking
I
missed
know.
it.
I'm
'cause
sorry.
You're a bitch.
Well, hey, listen. If you were here, you could slap me, but you're not. Okay.
His birthday, he don't know how to act.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. well, I think that would be a good idea. We could look around. Will you be able to help some of them too tomorrow?
Yes, I will be able to.
All right. Yeah, we can do that then. I have enough energy left to send maybe one more message. It might take me a minute. I'm worried about Ergild. He wasn't very clear about if he's okay or how long he's been stuck. So I'm gonna figure that out, and then
Okay.
all right.
Yeah.
I'll kind of just plop down in the courtyard and I'll start
Yeah, and,
ritual casting my last spell we can charge.
And Rykard, while they are gone, I was meaning to talk to you about something. Would you mind?
Yeah. Sure. What you got?
All right, I'll kind of like, kind of gesture for Rykard. Do you prefer your power or mine?
Lead the way.
Seeing how
You'll
sketchy
place a
Rykard was about his
line.
room. Oh my god, you played so much.
Damn.
All right, yeah. Yeah. Alex will kind of lead Rykard to his tower then. But yeah, if you guys want to do your thing first, that's.
All right. Before we
Yeah.
turn to the tower, Boone, are you going with Beacon as well?
since I got so politely invited and I am not an asshole to my friends, yes, I will journey with Beacon because the cows are something that does capture Boon's interest.
Right. And Rowan, are you going to?
Yes.
Rowan's not
Alright.
invited anymore, actually.
Oh, after you uninvited yourself from the conversation, babe. Okay.
Fuck you!
All right, you head back over to the area with the trough and the cows. As you do, some of them again still grazing, the rest still asleep. They do seem to quickly sort of like flock towards Rowan and Boone. They do seem to give you some appreciative bumps to Beacon, but they seem mostly fixated on the two druids in your group at present.
Yeah, that's fair.
Scratch your head.
As you head over to the courtyard where they sort of stay and the sort of semi-enclosed stable, you can see again several of them still remain as of yet unconscious. Beyond that, you can see that the courtyard is primarily open. There's yes, 5 of them are currently unconscious.
Okay.
You can see that again there's that area where there's that trough that is completely empty. Again, looks a little like perhaps it was cleared out for some reason. Where else would you like to look, Beacon? Nearby the trough and the place where the cows are as well, there is the large gate that leads out of this area and onto the floating, the remainder of the floating island. And there's also the connector where the glowing crystal that you had given to the shield bearers has been put in place, and the before flickering force field that covers the top or upper dome of this floating island, giving it some magical protection, now seems to be fully active once more.
Okay, I mostly wanted to look in the like the kind of semi-open area where they were hanging out, because I know we looked at like the trough that was there, but not anything really around it. So
All right, as you take a look around, go ahead and roll an investigation check.
okay, investigation.
Did you want help looking around?
Ooh.
Never mind.
I'm
Beacon
good.
needs your help.
Go ahead, Nancy Drew.
As you all walk over to the area together, Rowan and Boone, you hang back as you see Beacon sort of squat low and take a look at the sort of at the surroundings, almost as though he's looking far towards the horizon. Beacon, you feel like a cool breeze pass over your face, and you look slightly towards the direction of the stables. Just above the stables, you notice what looks to be climbing over the wall, not like actively climbing, but like growing. What seems to be a little bit of a long root. Like any sort of creeping vine, it doesn't strike you as immediately odd, but you notice that it seems to be able to sort of peek through the wall, like it's cracking through the stone, unfettered by the actual force field. It allows you to see that there's a slight gap in the stones. Looking straight down from the gap, you notice what looks to be a cork stopper, like what you would see in a bottle, on the ground. It's a little near the trough, and you can see that there is a sunken patch of sort of like sunken, wet, sort of browned grass, where you could assume a hay bale may have been kept before.
Interesting. So really quick with the root, it's like poking through the force field and climbing over the wall.
No. So the wall
No.
itself is like made out of stone,
Right.
and it's like the stone has a crack in it, and poking through that crack, not stopped by the force field because it's not going where the force field is, but instead just poking straight through the wall. You see like that there's a gap. It's about the size of like your fist, but it's in a place where it wouldn't be immediately noticed. You have a sense that hay bales were likely left there by the way that the ground is like depressed, and you can see that there's a cork stopper on the ground, like you would expect to see on like almost like on a potion bottle.
Oh, interesting. Say, Boo and Rowan, come take a look at this.
Oh.
And I am going to go over to where the hay used to be kept as, but mostly like the corkscrew. That's the main thing I want to investigate.
Yeah, the cork stopper.
Cork stopper, yeah, not corkscrew. My bad.
Heading over there, can you all go ahead and roll just one more investigation check for me, please?
I would love to.
Yeah.
I will. Am I concentrating on?
I'm looking at the
one?
cows.
Okay. I don't think I am. Yeah, I'll touch my amulet and cast guidance. Oh shit! I thought it would roll it. 22.
Ooh.
Right. As you all look around in this area, you see a harrow. A tool that is used to like sort of move hay and stuff. Sort of been like toppled over right beside, and sort of blends in with the wall, just coloration wise. You see that there are some flecks of what appears to be broken glass, and based just on sort of the area that the broken glass is in, Rowan, you have a feeling that something, a bottle of some kind, had likely been smashed in some way or broken, and seems to have had pieces fall into the hay that had been kept below here.
Whatever it was, it broke and spilled into here.
Is there any hay left? Still in here?
Looking on the harrow, so the tool used to sort of move the hay, the farm tool, you can see that there is a little bit of hay still stuck to it.
I'll point it out to Beacon, who was looking at the hay earlier.
Yeah, I'll take a look at the hay still stuck to it. Does it seem to have, any mold, any of the pink substance on it?
Looking over it, you notice that there is something sort of blackened on it. It looks a little like mold, but more like a black gloop. You give it a sniff, and you have a sense that it smells quite chemically.
Oh, that does not smell great. I think it's some sort of chemicals maybe fell in here. That's what I'm thinking right now is that whatever the chemicals were what put the cows to sleep, and well, at least that's what I'm assuming for certain. Rating.
Well, sorry, I was looking at my inventory. I was trying to see if I could like better identify the substance with my herbalism kit, but
I was just about to say the same thing. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Oh my god, our minds.
Oh my
Can we
goodness.
combine our herbalism's knowledge and see if we can deduce if this is like a poison, and if it is, what kind of poison?
Yeah.
Absolutely. One of you go ahead and roll either nature or arcana. At advantage, and you can add your proficiency on there too, if you don't already have it.
I got a +8. What you got, Fran?
Girl, go ahead.
I got 8 in both. What do you think, nature or arcana?
I'm feeling natural, like Selena Gomez.
Okay. Oh my god, seriously, naturally. Okay. Okay, you said so. Roll at advantage plus proficiency. Or wait,
Yes.
okay, because the tool. Okay. So nature, boom, boom. So 29.
Nice.
Ooh.
29. Okay. Looking over it, you have a sense that it is not, in fact, a natural substance. It appears to be something that was alchemically made rather than magically. Looking over it, it's not necessarily a substance you've ever seen before, but it has a caustic and sort of rotten smell to it that you feel is almost like like some sort of almost catalyst that would create mold faster or
Ew.
cause it to grow quicker.
Oh, yeah.
Beyond that, with a 20 or is that
29.
Because 26 plus 3 preferred proficiency, if you're saying add that.
yeah, okay. Then that would mean that
Actually science by Henrietta.
looking over the gap, another thing you notice about this hole in the wall, Run, the hole appears quite circular and pockmarked, as though somebody had been putting like a concentrated bit of acid on it every single day for a very long period of time, causing it to slowly break down.
Oh.
Ooh.
I'll point that out kind of after we share the information about the substance itself. Seems like someone was working away at this spot for a really long time. Dropping acid on it or something every day.
Harry, you said it's pockmarked. Is that like permeated? Like,
It
is there a
looks
hole
like
through it?
yes. So the gap, the hole in the wall, that has that root that's growing through it, and it also appears to be where this bottle perhaps was dropped from. It appears like not like somebody took a drill and just drilled through it. Like it appears almost eroded, like somebody took something acidic, caustic, burned very slowly a hole through. So it's pockmarked in the sense that it's like almost like pumice stone at this point. It's got like gaps and it's like a little spongy almost.
Can
just from
I
acid
try
wear.
and peek through? And I can fly up if I need to. Peek through like one of the holes in the stone.
Absolutely. You peek through the hole and sort of look through to the other side. The walls of stone themselves are about 2-ish feet wide, so they're quite wide. But peering through, you can see that the hole continues out to the other side, and just sort of stares out at the horizon beyond. You have a feeling that there's probably some of the floating island continues on the other side as well. So there'd be like a place to stand on the other side.
I think there's another room or space over on this side. Through the wall. Give it a tap.
It's like open air.
Like that's where they used to breach this place, right?
Brooke. It's like a. What part of the inside of the outpost does it cut like border, Harry?
So you guys are on the inside of the outpost, looking through to the outside, like the outside of the wall. You guys are at the courtyard, and it just leads to like an outside portion of this floating island.
Okay.
So someone could like fly up there, climb up there, and throw a bottle.
Yeah, I'm confused on
through.
the geometry here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's. I mean, I don't know how high up it is, but that's what I'm assuming they did.
Yeah. Wait, also sorry, I'm trying to also think of like because
Harry,
would that
would you
mean
be able
that like
to draw a little
whoever
diagram?
I'm grabbing my tablet right now.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yay,
I'm so
thank
confused
you.
what.
Wait,
I'm not good at geometry.
we're inside the outpost. We're by the
You're
wall.
inside the outpost.
Yeah, we're
We're
by the wall.
outside. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, we're out in the courtyard, but we're by the
Yeah.
wall, and there's a hole in the wall that leads to the outside of the outpost, and that's what someone was using to like basically poison the food trough without breaking through, or like
But
having
that
to be
doesn't make
inside.
any sense.
Like
What part?
something.
and also like
It looks like a bottle fell on the ground out of the hole.
Yeah.
Or
yeah,
fell into the
so
hay out of
like
the hole.
That's just so. It's just such a convoluted.
Well, it's like
weird thing.
it's like they dug a hole in a prison wall so that way they could secretly like infiltrate. And
It's
do
like the
something,
Shawshank
you know?
Redemption.
Yeah.
No, I get
Yeah.
that. No, I get what it is. I'm just.
We also we know that the force fields like around the thing went up. That's like the only way they would have been able to really get in or like to
Mhm.
infiltrate it, because the force fields was like a dome, right, Harry?
Yeah.
Around the eastern outpost. It kind of went up
Yes.
and over.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
there's only one central door that can be opened from the inside.
So are we thinking that somebody used this to get out from in or in from out?
Probably in from or to get to get that bottle in, like
Yeah.
to infiltrate
Yeah,
that and like
inf-
throw that like in the ground or something and make the crops bad.
Yeah.
Because
Is my
Yeah.
theory.
in the recording that we listened to from the scientist, she said she was going to cause a distraction. Or like something that would get their attention so that she could do something else. But she was already inside the outpost, presumably? Or is
Seems
that
so,
much an
but
assumption?
So this was something else.
I think
maybe then.
I think this is the assumption that where did Beacon's accent go? I don't know. I think that's
sorry,
is
I'm not-
the no, no, you're good.
Hi,
That
Alex.
is assuming. Hey,
How's
what's up,
Rykard?
I think that is assuming that the person who did this was the scientist. In the recording, it's could be something else. Okay, I see.
Also, the recordings were from a year and a half ago.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, so it probably wasn't the scientist. I think that someone or something else is the one that did this and created this hole and poisoned the cows.
Still someone with some sort of alchemical knowledge, though. I mean, this isn't, from what I can tell, any kind of natural poison or toxin. Something that was made.
The question is why? Why would they go through all the trouble to do something like this?
I don't know, some elaborate plan to get inside or to get them to lower the defenses here, or I don't know.
Well, if they caused a food... Well, that's the thing, is we don't know if it was a food shortage, because the cows ate it and fell asleep.
Yeah, didn't the cows mention that they wait, what?
I
Oh,
mean,
sorry,
the-
I'm trying to remember what
Everyone
they
was
said.
panicked. Everyone was
Yeah, everything
panicked,
was panicking.
and then they just felt really sleepy, and their food tasted weird.
Yeah, so maybe this was an attempt to, help because they were asleep. So
Yeah.
maybe the poisoning was an attempt to keep the cows out of the way while whoever attacked everyone in this outpost went on to do what they had done. At this point, I am thinking it might have been the tree creature that
That's the thing
that
is,
we saw, Rowan.
this like acid like erosion, it like is over the course of like a long time, and it's such a strange, like I feel like something that powerful wouldn't resort to just chucking vials of acid at a rock wall day in day out.
Hmm.
But I don't know, again, that's an assumption. I just know the type of thing that we think we saw is like really strong. But we don't know anything else that would be trying to get in.
I used to keep asking out
There
of character questions. What attacked the outpost before the tree thing? Like, wasn't there something like what drove the people into
There was
the?
a fire, and it was like there was plants like attacking it. You remember?
It was plants. Oh.
It looked like the plants had
Oh,
busted in from the
yeah.
outside, like nature had attacked it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there was a
okay.
fire.
Oh, so we can just assume
Everything
that
was
was all
burned.
just one event. Okay, we just didn't really see what happened inside the other building.
Well, we can't assume that it's all
Yeah.
the same event.
Well, that's what we were looking at, though. We were looking at like the most significant event that happened recently,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right? And so
Well, we
Yeah.
were
probably
looking
was
at the
event.
one in the cellar.
Yeah, but
I
that was
mean,
happening at the same time because they had told the people to go to
to
the.
The refugees,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why I thought there was like a separate attack. Okay. I don't know.
I think that there is a part of this mystery that we haven't figured out yet.
Shouldn't the soldiers here have kept like logbooks or something, like perimeter logs or anything. Maybe if we can find some kind of records that were left behind from that, there might be a pattern that we know in retrospect looking back
Hmm.
that seemed innocuous at the start. That's maybe why it didn't get reported.
Yeah, maybe where those might be held in the library, maybe? Or maybe another one of the towers.
If it exists.
If it exists. But I think that's a good idea. That makes sense.
We can ask the shield bearers if they found anything, because they're like a similar organization.
Yeah, we should.
Or
let's
if,
ask
like, where
them.
they might have recognized. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, maybe let's see what they know. You will kind of glance at the at the hole. Do you think that we should be worried about this right now?
Well, I think we are. That's why we're following up on this. As far as
Yeah.
like the
No, I
structural
mean,
hole,
yeah. Should we
pointed out, keep an
cover
eye
up the
on
hole?
it,
Does it
but you want me to
look?
close it
Does it look like something that mending would work on?
or mold earth?
Mending could work on it, but it wouldn't fix the entirety of this hole. It would like fix a bit of it. Like you could basically like put a like cork in it, sort of thing.
We can always just tell the shield bearers if we can ask them. Probably they've been fixing things around here. Maybe they can patch it up more permanently.
Sure.
Yeah, that works.
Alright, I guess we're gonna go find the shield bearers.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's plenty. There's a few of them that are walking sort of like the perimeter, taking looks at things. There's also the two that you had left stationed just outside of the cellar. You approach one of the two that are stationed at the cellar, looking to discuss what you had found. The shield bearer looks sort of pensively and sort of thinks for a moment. Logs are sometimes kept, yes, and seeing as this was an outpost, it's very likely that they had somebody who was guarding and ensuring that things were kept in check. Likely, if anything like that were to be found, it would either be kept in a spot that only the guards would know, so as no tampering could occur with it, maybe hidden innocuously among other books, or it would be kept at a place where it would be most convenient, a tower or some other place where one could look out at the area down below. Come to think of it, there is a steeple on top of and they sort of like point towards the top of the barrack, the main battlements, but I haven't found a staircase that leads up there.
Well, there seems to be a few hidden rooms and whatnot in this place. Maybe we can investigate and see if we find something of the sort.
I don't need no staircase.
Oh, oh right. You can fly up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, maybe we'll do that.
See if I can open some kind of passage from up top.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Yeah, I guess we can. If everyone wants to, we can go to the main armament, right? And
The main battlement.
Battlement, yeah, the
Yeah.
main battlement, and see if there's anywhere that Boone can fly up to.
All right, as you begin moving to do that, we turn to Alex and Rykard, who have now entered Alex's tower.
Place seems cozy.
Yes, yes, it is, kind of looks around a little bit and nods. It will certainly do for now. There are a few changes I'd like to make. But he'll kind of gesture for you to, like, take a seat wherever you feel comfortable.
I'll take a seat. Still actively smoking. What do you got for me?
A bit of a request.
What's that?
I know that. Well, I know that we have not really known each other for very long. But I hope that we've come to a point where we are comfortable with being honest with one another. Would you agree with that?
Sure. I'll entertain it for now. What's up?
What does that mean, entertain? It's for now.
Well, let's see what you gotta ask me.
Okay. You're not very reassuring.
Never have been.
But you see, like, he kind of looks like a little bit awkward now, as he's thinking about it, and like his hand kind of goes like to the back of his neck, kind of down a little bit, like closer towards his shoulders. I'm deeply concerned about this curse. The effects that it might start having on me. I
Yeah.
have not experienced any sort of side effects to this curse that would be detrimental to me or to any of you, my knowledge. But I was wondering, hoping that that I could trust that should this ever change unexpectedly, if there was any time when you might suspect that there is any danger coming to anyone, that you deal with it however you best see fit.
He looked pretty uninterested until you kind of got to that tail bit, and he kind of his body language kind of leans in. You see, he has his attention now. Do you think you're going to be of danger to us?
No, I certainly hope not. I have no reason to believe that right now, but you never know with these sorts of things. But
So,
since-
if things go bad, what are you trying to say?
I am trying to say that I think that you can understand the risks that might be involved with some things like this. What could be at stake if, like, any type of, like, control is taken from me in any way. And I don't ask this to burden you in any way, but I am asking that it is impossible to say without knowing the exact effects that it might have, but that you find an appropriate way to handle it.
See him kind of ponder for a second. I think that I can do that.
Does it seem like Rykard's being honest with me right now?
Go ahead and roll an insight check. Rykard, go ahead and roll whatever charisma check you feel applies.
Yeah.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
I guess you feel a little bit nervous by the firmness and uh, magnitude of how honest he's being with you. It's unlike him to be so forthcoming and truthful.
Alex will kind of nod, but you see, like, as like that kind of realization sets in, like there's a little bit more resolve now. And you see there's like relief there too. You do not need to ask it. Perhaps it is not even necessary. But know that I would do the exact same thing for you.
Well, I guess there's some peace of mind in that. Although, to be honest, I think I'm having a hard time convincing Beacon if things do go poorly. Seems like you two, pretty good friends.
That is why I'm hoping you might persuade him or perhaps act first.
I guess I'll hope he'll follow the lead. Have you and him had this discussion yet?
Alex will shake his head.
Might be something you want to make him aware of. Maybe not try and convince him I'll follow through on my end, but if this is something you're genuinely concerned about, then I think it's something you should discuss.
I'm not keeping secret from him. I would never do that.
I don't think
But
that you are.
I also do not want to burden him with anything else. He already has more than enough going on. He does not need to share my concerns that might not even come to pass.
I mean, if he truly is your friend, it's not going to be a burden. So I don't think you have anything to worry about there. That's what friends do, right? Take care of each other, even when things get bad.
You're right. I don't know. Perhaps I feel this is my own way of taking care of him to make sure that he does not need to worry about certain things.
I understand. Protecting people takes many forms. I'll do what I can.
I appreciate that, and I will do the same. But there's also another thing. Regarding what you said earlier, about not being willing to go to the Tosarai Wilds. Was this a genuine concern that you have?
It's not that I can't go, I just don't want to.
Right. Simply not wanting to go back to a place that you have been to for no other reason other than the fact that you left from there. I don't know. It is clearly our best option to get this, as I mentioned, potentially debilitating curse removed from me. It is really our only option that we have right now. We cannot easily go to Caerlyn. We know that Boone has something going on there. Bascoliat is out of the question. It is our only shot that we have to at least begin to identify what this might be.
Then perhaps it's something you have to do without me.
I don't want to do it without you is the point. I want to try and understand where you are coming from. Why do you not want to go back?
Listen, we all got our own pasts. And I'd like to keep mine exactly where it is. In the past.
It will have a way of catching up with you eventually, Rykard. No matter what, you cannot keep running from it, whatever it is.
I'm not running.
Okay, then why not go back to the wilds then, if you're not running? If you're not leaving that place?
There's nothing for me there.
There's something for us, for the group.
For you. Now, if the
For all
rest
of
are
us.
willing to go with you, that's another story.
So you would just stay here while we go?
There's a lot more for me here.
Like what? And I do ask, like, out of genuine curiosity. I really do not know why exactly you are here. Like, what is your motivation for coming to Grey Hollow?
Just trying to start over.
And do what?
Just make a new life for myself.
There are many ways you could have done that. Why Brave Hollow specifically?
It's the farthest I could get away at the time.
And now?
I'd like to stay here.
You're on Cravenspawn?
If so be it, yeah. We got a whole outpost. Got our own
You do?
towers. I had none of that back in the wilds. Why would I leave?
That is true. It is very nice here. It is
Very nice.
I'm enjoying it a lot more than I thought.
So why would I go back?
You don't need to go back, but there are other places you could go.
True.
The wilds, from my understanding, are a very big place.
Massive.
And you are... have you mentioned where you are from? Specifically from there?
I've been all around. Kind of like Rowan. We moved a lot. It was really cold where I was from. You see him kind of zone out for a second when he says that.
Do I know of a place in the wilds that's really cold? Like what general area that would be, Harry?
Go ahead and roll a history check.
Of course, my character sheet's not loading. 17.
There's lots of areas in the wilds that are cold, especially depending on the time of year. The Tosarai Wilds covers like a really long area, longitudinally. The area that is furthest to the east is the coldest area. That's an area that touches the Aether Caps, which is all but uninhabited, frozen sort of wasteland. Extending over to the area of the Argafet, which is a place where the wildlings sort of gather every year. It's the closest thing to like an established city that they really have. As it gets more towards the west, closer towards the Free Irons, or even down towards the south, where it touches and borders with the Radiant Empire, it gets a little bit warmer. But for about 2 of the 4 months of the year, a lot of the Tosarai wilds is cold, marshy, frozen over, snowy. So it could be from almost anywhere, but it's likely he's referring to somewhere that's nearish to the Aether Caps, or potentially to the border with the Radiant Empire on the eastern side. Somewhere, the closest place in the Radiant Empire that's like a big established place would be the fort that's called the Dowager's Bastion.
Alright. I'll just kind of make note of that. But, look, my point is, I want to know that we can depend on you. And I do. I do depend on you. And I hope you're able to depend on us as well. But I do sincerely hope that if we do need to go to the wilds and we are not able to find any other way to meet up with Rowan's coven, that you would be able to join us. Because we will need your help, Rykard.
You've got Rowan. I can't see any reason why you would ever need me.
We need you for quite a lot of things. You are a very good strategist. You think quickly on your feet. And you are the one I'm having this conversation with right now. You are the one that I trust to help if the curse worsens and some control is lost.
When you say those nicer things, you can, I mean, you've definitely got him in a situation that he seems kind of unfamiliar. And, you see his thumb twitch just a little bit. Can I insight check that? Is he being manipulated right now? Saying these nice things?
Roll an insight check, Alex, whatever charisma check you feel applies. Deception, persuasion, or what have you.
Performance, I shake that ass.
Oh.
Not us both getting that one's insight checks on each other.
Nice.
No, I think you feel like Alex is quite genuine when he speaks, and he seems very genuine with you right now.
His cigarette
And
is
it's similar
down
to
the
like
bud.
yours. Yeah, it's a little bit alarming.
His cigarette's down to the bud, and you see him just kind of bite it off. Seems like he's a little bit nervous before he lights another one. I'll think about it. That's all I can give you for now.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Now, is that it? Got anything else to ask me?
No, I think that is quite enough. Thank you again.
Yeah. Let's go see what the others are up to.
I'll also nod and we'll meet up with the others.
Okay. As you all reconvene in the main courtyard, I believe, Boone, you're planning on finding your way up.
Oh yeah. Yes.
I believe in you, Boone.
Do I see like an open window or?
It's like an open crow's nest, effectively.
Oh, okay.
A belfry at the top.
Okay, that should be pretty simple. I'll buzz on up.
All right. You fly up and find what appears to be almost like an open tower area, almost like an open ancient lighthouse or a belfry where a bell could be rung. You do find that there is a large bell up there, and looking around, you see that there is a trap door that leads somewhere down into the tower. You also notice that there is a small leather-bound book with a bit of charcoal beside it. You see one other thing of note. There appears to be a metal gauntlet that is clinging on to the book, and you see what appears to be like a snapped in half arm still in the gauntlet.
Oh.
Is it just an arm or is there a rest of what attaches to it?
Just looks like an arm.
Am I too high up for anyone to hear me?
You can shout down if you wanted to.
I'll
You
lean
gotta
over
shout
the
pretty
top.
loud.
I'll lean over the top. Hey!
Did you find
Yes!
anything?
There's a hatch I'm gonna open!
Okay.
Okay.
I'll kick, giving a wary side glance to the limb. I'll kick down with the boot of my heel or I guess I don't have boots.
No boots.
No boots, cause no boots the house. I'll kick down with my foot with the chitin chitten.
All right.
But-
As you sort of like kick at the hatch, you find that it sort of flops downward. It doesn't take much effort. You can tell that it's designed to open. You find a long ladder that extends down about 15, 20 or so feet down into the building. Looking down, you see that there is a spot where a torch could be left, but there is no torch in it, lit or otherwise. You see that there is what looks to be a stone. It looks like it would fit in the palm of your hand, and it has a face carved on it. You also see what looks to be an oil lamp that seems smashed, as if it was dropped. Beyond that, you could tell that you'd have to go down to see what else is down there.
I'll scoop up the face rock and I'll put it in my pocket. There's no like door or entry or window on this level that I'm on.
If you lower yourself into the trapdoor,
Yeah.
Once you enter and pass by the ladder, you see that there is another door, two doors specifically. One appears to be made out of solid iron, and it looks to you as if it's been fused or welded shut, almost as if somebody soldered all the edges of it solid. But you can see that there's like a... it looks recent, like... or that it was shoddily done. There's like bubbles of metal that come off of the soldered areas. You can see what looks to be like rivets, and you see a scrap of a powder at the base, along with a piece of string.
Um,
Boone, you mentioned something about.
girl, where
Heating
are
metal.
you? You're not here.
I thought we were. On.
She flew up into it, so
Yeah,
you
she's
want to
alone
follow.
right
Didn't she
now.
open up a hatch though that we could go up or no?
That's what I'm going down right now is the hatch. I haven't reached the bottom
Oh,
yet.
Yeah, hash down from
Oh,
the
I
top.
see. I see.
Yeah, but there is a ladder on this level that goes down, so giving another increasingly anxious glance towards the two doors and makeshift dynamite explosion, if I right, I'm going to head down the ladder, deeper down.
Sorry, the ladder comes down from the hatch.
Oh. Oh wait, okay, and then there's two doors here. There's a normal door and then the one that's like riveted shut.
Yes.
Okay, if I I don't have mage hand. All right, I'm going to push open the normal door. The normal door.
Okay, you push open the normal door. As it swings open, you find yourself in an area you haven't seen. It looks like a long but narrow hallway. Fixed to the walls, you see that there are crossbows. You see that there are swords, daggers, cloaks that appear to be like thick and almost like weather treated. You see that there is a small potion bottle, and you see a lantern. You also see a ring of keys.
Oh,
At the end of the hallway, you see what looks to be a sort of pull-down lever.
How many keys are on the ring of keys?
You see 7 keys.
I will add the ring of keys to my pocket with the face rock. Walking a bit further in the room, going towards that. You said it's a latch on the floor? Or it's a... Is a pole? I'm sorry, what did you say it was?
There's a lever.
A lever.
Yeah.
Alright, fuck it, I'll pull the lever.
You pull the lever, and the wall in front of you swings towards you,
I'll come
swinging
back.
open. As you take a step back, you see the library in front of you.
Oh.
I run through the house. Say, hey!
I follow Boone's voice.
Follow Beacon.
Follows boom voice.
The wall opened! There's like this lever, and I found an armory, and there's like weapons in there, and there's a potion, and then there's this other door that's like sealed shut, and then it might be explosive, so I didn't touch that. And then there's also like an arm in the roost up at the top, touching a book, which I thought might be that logbook we was looking for, but there like it's dead, so I didn't touch it. I just tried to get the door open, and I opened it.
Good work
Good work with the door.
What do you mean there's an arm?
with everything.
Yeah, I was going to ask.
Into the strange arm with the book.
That's at the very top. That's past the weapons and the potion and the explosive door and up the ladder.
Are we able to reach?
Oh, I also picked up, and I'll pull in my pocket. I'll pull out the face rock and the ring of keys. Hold in my hands. I picked up these too.
I
Very
will spend a second level spell slot to cast Detect Magic.
I'm already holding them.
Alright, are you trying to detect magic on
Whatever.
just the things that Boone is showing you, or...
If you follow me into the room, there's
Yeah,
like two
I'll-
extra potions.
I'll keep
Right?
concentrating on it, but yeah, whatever
Yeah.
she's holding up for me first
Yeah.
is what I'm trying to look at.
The rock has magical essence. That is it.
Ooh.
Or as you look it down the hallway where the crossbows and things were, you do notice magic on the crossbows, as well as one of the daggers.
That rock you're holding is magical. So are those crossbows and one of the daggers down there.
All right.
We'll keep walking into the room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He will go into the room.
Yeah, I'll lead. I'll take the lead, and I'll head over to where I push the door open on that area with the ladder and the scary metal door.
All right, you can all see that before you, there appears to be a scary metal door. Again, it appears like almost like a solid metal door, like you'd expect to see on like a submarine or like a bank vault. It is soldered or sealed, either magically or chemically, all the way around the edge. It almost looks like it's been like welded shut, and it looks like it was shoddily or quickly done. Additionally, there's some powder on the floor, and there's a long bit of string that extends sort of in the direction you guys are standing.
If I crouch down, can I get like any idea of what this like might be? Like some type of trap, or like how this might be functioning?
Roll an investigation check.
Character sheet. 21.
You have a sense that it could be an explosive in an attempt to open this area, or it could perhaps be a trap. More so, though, you have a sense that it would simply just be like an inadvertent hazard to you if you were to get too close and perhaps let a stray spark hit it. You do have a sense that it looks like blasting powder on the floor.
All right, I'll use shape water to put out Rykard's cigarette.
Dude.
Don't smoke around here. It is there's blasting powder here on the floor, and any type of spark will ignite it, and there's likely an explosive on the other side.
He frowns, but he understands. And when you see when the water whizzes by and hits his cigarette, you see him real quickly, his fingers twiddled, and he gets the water and kind of takes control over it, and I'll use it to wet the blasting powder.
The blasting powder looks thoroughly soaked, almost looking like wet coffee grounds on the floor.
Should be a little bit more difficult for it to go off now.
Yeah, the arm
Good
book
idea.
is upstairs or up ladder.
All right, let's take a look.
Start
Yeah.
climbing up.
Gonna climb the wall.
Okay, you head back up. The space at the top is not quite large enough for all of you to stand up there comfortably, but you are still all able to stand up there. Again, as you get up there, doesn't seem to be anything except for that book and like an arm shoved in a gauntlet.
I'll point at it. I didn't touch it.
Or any kind of magical aura
want me
on the
to pull it
book
out?
or the hands?
What was your question, Ron?
I just said, is there any kind of magical aura on the book or the hand?
No, there doesn't seem to be a magic aura on either.
Just kind of shrug. Seems mundane, as weird as it is.
Is the arm is the hand holding the book?
Yeah, it's like gripping onto the book.
Could I try to kind of gently, with telekinetic, try to kind of wiggle it out a little bit?
Sure. As you move the book, the hand sort of just flops limply off of it.
Okay. And I will still
I'll pick up the hand.
telekinetically hold the book. Oh, you're picking up the hand?
I have the hand.
I have the book
Okay.
floating in front of me.
I'll slap that book with the hand.
Oh, what was that? What was it for?
Nothing happened.
It's a bit grim.
Wiggle the hand at you.
Creepy.
As I look at Boone playing with the hand, how is it broken? I guess, yeah. How is it broken? Does it look like whoever was once attached to the hand, was it like snapped off, or was it like pulled off of their hand? You know?
Yeah, it looks snapped off
Okay,
at like the elbow joint.
gotcha.
If I take a look at this book, anything on the cover, anything inside?
As you flip it open, you can see years and years of logs going back, different movements, people in and out of the lodge. You take a look at the most recent entries and find the following. Here, sending it to everybody's journal in just a second.
A journal.
A journal. A journal entry.
I got another arm. Another campaign, another arm for me.
No.
And keep arms away.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Tower logs.
Ooh.
Ooh, I will read this out loud. Not actually, but we can all read it.
Wait, no,
Maybe
story
you
time.
should.
Story time. Story time.
I should read it out loud?
Yeah, we can't all crane behind you and read it.
I can also do it if
Okay.
you'd prefer, Sam.
Popcorn.
No, I
reading.
want to do it. No, I
Okay.
want to do it now.
Okay, Alex.
We can do popcorn reading.
Yeah, popcorn, yeah, everyone gets a character.
So it says Awesome 72, Lilacs Day Feast, biome shifting, water below, forest distant, the high cave rose from below. Flock of large pelicans landed outside of the main gate, made moving supplies indifficult. Group of 3 in the water on a boat heading northward. Alex kind of instinctively wants to correct that spelling error. I think he needs
Bruh.
supplies. But we'll continue. Awesome at 73, smoke from southwest could be the stretch of the lava field, but the volcano isn't visible from here. Water below will make travel difficult. Have a boat brought from the main lodge if possible. Awesome 75, season's end. Group of deadwoods came from main lodge. Helped them lower a length of rope to the nearest float. They took the boat, request another boat. Anu and Carmel in lava fields around 2 days west, forest to the southwest. Do you want to read the next part?
I can read it.
Okay.
Mero 3, smoke from the southwest again. Could be the Deadwood group out. We'll send Ainu to take a look tomorrow. 3 Deadwoods and a Vermilion Inn. Asked for shelter for a few days. I put them in the first tower, away from the families. They've seen battle. Times like this, I wish Florian was nearby. Nero 4, Founders Day. Ainu out and Carmel out. Sent in 10 days rations, bedrolls, and components. Remind the stockmaster, white smoke still rising, definitely a wood-burning fire. Mero 5, Feast of the Silver Father, biome shifting, party of 10 moving eastward, a Vermilion lyre song out of the main lodge, looking into the ruins with to the southwest, large bats overhead, never a good sign. The maw of the Underdark will likely shift over here. I hate those bats. I can keep going. Mero 8, no word from Ainu and Carmel. Smoke is gone. We'll send search party if no word in 2 days. New hay delivered for the Danders from main lodge. Mero 9, Corinth out and eggs are out. Sent with 10 days rations, bedrolls, and components. Remind the Stockmaster, inform Main Lodge, clouds rolling in. Anyone want to read the last 3?
It's a lot of words, but all right. Marrow
That's why you're
10.
Deadwood.
Right. Notice something scurrying or scratching at the walls, setting the Mordandas on edge.
I think
Go-
those are the cows.
I'm going to raise the rope. Corinth or Carmel should be able to fly them up. Something dark in the sky, can't see it through the storm. Winds howling. Mero 11, I am shifting way too soon. I can see the forest forming below. I went to raise the rope, but found it missing. Could have been the birds knocked it down. Mordandas seemed low, had to huddle in the stables to hide from the rain. Main Lodge wanted to send a merchant today, but I told them there was no need unless they were sending one with potions. Mero 14, Deadwoods and Vermilion, who was staying are now gone. Back to Main Lodge. Wish I'd asked them to take a look at the Mordandas. They've barely moved in the last few days. Dark clouds rolled in, winds high again. More signs of those birds.
Is that it?
That's all I
I
see.
think that's it.
Mordandas.
And then that was
Okay. I'm looking through this
Last entry
again.
was-
Who was Marrow
The 14th.
14?
Mero 14th. That was the day before we arrived.
What?
Yeah.
The day before, but they lost contact a while before.
That's why I'm confused. We arrived on the 15th of Mero.
Isn't it?
Yes.
The
I thought
15th?
we
Didn't we arrive?
arrived like on the 40.
Oh, sorry, the 45th.
Yeah,
45th. 45th.
Yeah.
Sorry, 45th.
I
You arrived on
was
the
gonna say.
15th of Primus Heart, which is not the
Primus
15th
Heart.
of
I was
Mara.
gonna say
Right.
it's like the 58th
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
what I was
So.
what? Okay, I'm so confused with the two
They
different
arrived
calendar
on the
systems.
15th of Cumshart.
Sorry, Alex is kind of like
Remember
I'm still used to Primus Hearts. Okay, so no, we arrived on the 45th of Mero. So this was
Right. So 30 days.
30 days. Okay, so that could
Before
match up the
arrival.
timeline then if we are speaking about the month in our terms.
Like, some top days rations, bedrolls. There's some scurrying and see, this is concerning me a bit. The scurrying and scratching in the walls. I don't.
We found that though, didn't we?
What the hole that we found?
That gap that someone was chucking stuff through. Yeah.
Yes. Well, yeah. I
Because
guess
they
that's
would have had to
probably,
work at that wall for a while for that. I mean, I'm assuming.
Mhm.
These are assumptions.
New hay delivered for the Mordanders from the Main Lodge.
If it was delivered, well, no, because it was likely tampered after the fact. Because we found that
Yeah.
bottle here. I wonder
Or on its
who
way
the.
here.
Huh?
Or maybe on its way here, whoever was transporting it.
Yeah, but we found the bottle like as if it was thrown through a hole in the wall in the pile of hay, or a broken bottle.
Yeah.
I
Sorry.
wonder
So
if
it
we
was
can
definitely
find out
tampered with
who-
here.
Yeah, it says that the Deadwoods and Vermilion who were here left on the 14th, and that's the last record. I wonder if, like, if we could figure out who that was.
Oh wait.
That was Leaf. That was Leaf.
Oh.
No. Would it be? Would that match up with Leaf, Seether, and
They
Eileen?
did.
Because Eileen was Vermilion Crest.
Oh, but she
Deadwood
traveled with
were-
Deadwoods.
Well, what about
Oh.
Or no. No,
Birdie and
I think they
Hazan?
did.
Weren't they Deadwood and Vermilion?
No, they were both Vermilion.
They were both Vermilion. Oh.
Wait, Harry was gonna say something.
Well, like Cedar Breakshore and Leaf Sladen like ran this place. They wouldn't be like
Yeah,
checking in and out.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was like, yeah, they wouldn't be
Cedar leaf.
saying.
I have another question. What is raise the rope? Or what? I'm gonna raise the rope.
We're on a floating island. That's what I thought. Like down to
Yes,
the.
you're up on a floating island that's like aloft in the air. So raising the rope, like they were lowering a rope so that people could reach the next island down, make transport a little bit easier.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Okay.
And then raising the rope because something was up, like make it harder for something to get back up. Didn't find anything around the wall, sort of thing. Raise the rope, make it harder for them to get back up and down.
Right. Okay.
There's an Underdark is under us. You think that's where what's his face went?
Maybe before it shifted. I think now.
Mm.
Wasn't Lucan saying it's closer
It's closer to the lodge now.
Yeah. But that is where he is.
Behind
Speaking
that
of.
boarded up door.
Oh yeah.
Is another question.
How big is the door?
We can knock it down.
The door itself is like about 7 feet tall, and it's kind of like a circular shaped door, almost like again like a bank vault.
And so there was blast powder and like a fuse leading up to it.
Leading up
Yeah,
to
on
it,
our
and
side.
on your side, and on your side, the door appears to have been welded shut or soldered shut, and like riveted shut as well.
So like, the fuse and the blast powder, it's like somebody was trying to explode it and get in from our side.
Yes,
Okay.
you might assume that.
I think we gotta go in.
I
Yeah.
think so.
Should we clear out the blasting powder first?
Well, isn't it ruined now?
Well, it's wet, but I don't know if it could still go off.
That
Right.
might help us though if we're trying to.
I was thinking, you said you could heat metal a little bit more delicately, alright? You could maybe heat up the solder, peel off some of those pieces.
Heal? How strong do you think I am?
Solder turns to liquid when you heat it. So
I
pieces.
can try.
Does that make sense?
I mean, I get what you're saying. I just don't know how effective it'll be. But I mean, I can take a stab at it. But I might, if anyone knows, if anyone is able to help. All right, or not, or I could just. I'll try.
I've
Alright.
never melted metal before.
You know what?
Me neither, sorry.
There's a first time for anything. I will, I guess, buzzing back down the hatchway, because we were up in the crow's nest. Would we be able to remove the blasting powder? Because now I wasn't worried about it, but now I'm a bit. I don't know. I don't want to explode.
Yeah, if you want to remove it, you can carefully do so. It'll take some of your time. It may make your firing abilities related to fire, if you do intend to use them, a little less effective, potentially, than they might have been if you used it.
You can always put it back later.
Yeah.
I also have dynamite, so.
All right, if you guys want to help moving it, then.
I will assist on
Yeah.
scooping up the powder and moving it out of
I'll
there.
take a sludge now.
Yeah, I will
Do it.
telekinetically begin to like sweep some of it away.
All right. It takes you a few careful minutes of working together to try to clear it in a way where you feel fairly comfortable with it being gone and are fairly certain that it won't cause you any harm or pose any danger to any of you. As you clear it away, you now simply have a mostly clear door.
I will cast with my last second level spell slot heat metal on the rivets and the solder around the door.
All right. Is anybody doing anything to assist?
I'd appreciate it.
Gosh. When she's working on one area, I will target a separate area and begin heating that, kind of just prepping it a little less delicately with create bonfire on the surface.
Everything can be a bonfire.
Right.
I'll kind of seeing some of Reichardt's flames. I'll move to a smaller section and I'll use elementalism to pull just a really small strand, kind of using sculpt element along the solder, and kind of just use that to heat up another section.
Okay.
Yeah, and I will.
We're all getting
try to
welding
aim.
certifications.
I will aim at like a separate section, and I will prepare to cast Sorceress Burst with fire and kind of like shoot out like a stream of fire in another little area.
All right, Beacon, are you contributing in any way?
Bang your
Dude,
chest.
I don't know.
Shoulder rush
I
it.
don't know how to just bash down the door when it. No.
Beacon's managing. He's super fast.
I don't know what I could do, honestly.
Maybe once
Beacon's
we
got a lot of
weaken it,
emotions
you can pry
swirling
it.
in.
Yeah, I'll do that. I will. Once it looks weak enough, I will try to move the door.
Monkeys built
Okay.
a pyramid.
All right. What I would like everybody except for Beacon to do, go ahead and roll an Arcana check, and then Beacon, I want you to roll Athletics at
Okay.
advantage.
All right.
Are we all rolling with
Seven.
advantage or just Beacon?
Just Beacon.
Reichard can't work without his Siggy.
True.
Okay.
All right. Reichard, your work is far less delicate than your peers, and you're simply basically putting like this ball of flame directly on the door and hoping that it'll be effective. But your idea for your peers does work, as all the edges around this round door begin to glow a hot red and then starting to turn a more vibrant, almost yellowish color. Beacon, you sort of get a run at the door, slamming your shoulder against one of the weaker points, and then, like, taking the butt of your axe, now that you've loosened it, you sort of shove it into a slight part that has crept open, and then pull and wedge, and the door starts to creak and tilt ever so slightly, creating about a 3 or 4 foot-ish, like, sort of curved over gap on one of the upper edges of the sort of circular door. As it pops open, almost like an aluminum can being peeled towards you, eventually you have a sense that that's as effective as you're going to get it. You're probably not going to be able to open this thing the full way. However, peering into the room beyond, Beacon, you're the person who's right at the door. You're not casting a spell right there. Go ahead and take... I would like from you a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Okay. Dang it.
At least if it isn't to
14.
fire.
All right. Suddenly dropping down from the ceiling above, there's just this burst of like, almost like a flamethrower directly overhead. It just blasts straight down, but Beacon, you lean backwards, your like sort of elegant hair swooping out of the way before it gets singed, as just a burst of flame sort of shoots directly towards the door, and then stops after a moment.
Dang.
Oh.
That was close. That was close.
There's some kind of contraption up there.
Contraption, he says. He said
Looks
contraption.
like.
Peering through
Beacon.
the door that's partially opened, Beacon, what you see beyond appears to be a hexagonal space. You see about 4 desks that are made of solid metal, slab-like, laid out upon 2 of.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, the robots are getting you.
You see
Animated
bulky
movement.
humanoid forms.
Oh!
Oh, what? Oh no.
Heard that part. Heard that part.
Run that back.
I hear you cut out up until
All we heard
first
is walking humanoid
forms.
form. That is
Sorry.
entirely possible.
Caputo, run that back for me, please.
Sorry. Laid out. Allow me to clarify. Allow me to clarify.
Yeah, no
Allow me to
worries.
clarify. As the door peels back, you see what appear to be 4 large desks. 2 of them appear almost slab-like and are made out of solid metal, copper, it looks like. There is a long tube that connects the backs of these tables, and there are 2 hulking humanoid forms laid out upon these sort of slabs.
Gotcha. And they're motionless.
They don't seem to be moving. But it's mostly dark in this space. There are no windows in here. Looking over the area, you see a sort of... one of them appears to be sort of bluish skinned, with almost like white hair on one side. And the rest of the face on the other side appears completely shredded and burned. Almost like something tore it up at the jaw. They appear, again, large, strange arms that appear almost red and sharp and jagged and almost chitinous. The body on the other side appears more like a standard humanoid, except for pieces sewn together. All these beautiful, attractive pieces, but all of them discordant at the same time. Skin that is sort of a little bit tan, but each sort of piece of skin is a slightly different hue and shade. Large arms, but not hulking and chitinous, but more so almost like they were taken off of a Goliath, but put onto the frame of just a very tall human. Ears that are slightly elven, but one ear looks longer than the other. Plush lips, long hair, eyes closed. Both of them on their 2 tables, which are sitting parallel to one another, there's a long, again, like tube that connects the backs or like undersides of the tables around to one another. There are large like silos or vats of vibrant yellow liquid that have almost like little drip IVs that seem to be connecting into the figures that are laying there, except for the liquid itself. Sorry, I know I just said it was filled, but it's actually quite low in both of these vats. The other 2 desks are covered in vials and syringes. You see beakers and flasks. You see a number of other implements an alchemist might use. A like low simmering fire that seems to be like ever burning, magically conjured, seems to be going there. Additionally, at the far side of the room, away from where these 2 figures are, there appear to be like segments of different plants, almost as though someone had been cutting off grafts from different trees and different ferns, different bushes, and they're all sort of standing in what appears to be like dried out like glass containers that likely had water or some sort of moisture at some point but no longer do. Beyond that, there are also what appears to be 4 wax cylinders, and also a large chest that is covered in very clearly visible hatches and locks. It looks extremely ornate and complex. Hung up on the wall, there is a mask that appears to be made out of 4 or 5 different types of leather, and they're all sewn together, like patchwork. And they have like plague doctor style, almost goggles set into where the eyes are.
I'll start to approach the opening of the door.
Be careful with the trap and all of this. This is a lot. I follow Rykard in.
All right, you both sort of have to, because it's just peeled back again, like a cracked aluminum can. It's
Yeah.
not fully open. You do sort of have to like awkwardly wedge your way in. But as you do, you take a look into the room itself, taking those sights in. The figures that are on the slabs don't seem to move or shift in any way.
The IV drips. How slow is that drip? Like, and how big is the bag or the jar or whatever that it's all coming out of?
The vat itself is about 4-ish feet tall, and about
Wow.
like a foot across. It is fairly low on this liquid, only about maybe like a fifth of it is still filled with liquid.
Gotcha.
I know the answer to this, but do either of the figures on the slabs, are they like, is there like any sign of life at all from them? Like, are they breathing?
Roll a medicine check.
Beacon has divine sense.
Oh, I forgot about that. Can I also use my divine sense? I forget because it's not marked on my thing very.
You got a vibe
very
check.
clearly.
You gotta read the vibes, the
Oh,
flavor.
because it's like a channel divinity now or whatever.
Yeah, it is a channel.
Yeah, and it's confusing me. So I got 11 on that.
For the medicine check?
Yeah, for the medicine
Okay.
check.
Taking a look over them, they don't appear to be like actively breathing or moving. They are perfectly still, but as you look closer at the sort of bluish figure, where half of its face appears to be missing, it's like the left half, and you can see that there's like a little graft of bone near the forehead, where you would expect like maybe a horn to be sticking out, but it isn't. It's completely missing.
Okay. Beacon is going to take like one step back, kind of trying to take a look around the room, and he is going to remember that he has divine sense, and he is going to expend a charge of channel divinity to look around the room and use my divine sense.
Okay. Looking around the room, you don't have a sense of anything fey, celestial fiend, or undead in here.
Okay. That's good to know.
Yeah. Looking over both figures, though, neither of them appear to be breathing. There's no movement.
You said that there was some wax cylinders in here.
Yes, there's 4 of them over on one of the desks.
I'm gonna go over and pocket those.
Right.
Nothing seems
And
to be
then-
jumping out. I'll just enter them. too. Just kinda look
Yeah, I
around.
want to go
Yeah,
open
I'll
the door
shimmy
in the
in.
desk.
Is
there
that cone-like contraption anywhere to be found that was supposed to go on the
No.
gramophone thing?
It's gone.
That's in the library, right?
Yeah,
It's a
It's-
photograph.
phonograph. That's what it's called.
Yes. You don't see the cone for the phonograph.
Gotcha.
Wandering over to the desk that Rykard just plucked those from, does it have any openings or drawers?
You can see that there are 2 drawers, but they seem to be locked.
Do have the keys.
I do, but is there anything on the desk other than the cylinders?
There's a whole bunch of alchemical implements.
Ooh.
Seems to be some vials.
Any pink goop?
You don't see any pink goop. You see some black goop. You see some yellow goop. You see some vibrant, like, lime slime green goop that gives off a bioluminescent glow.
I'll pull out the other vial of goop that we found in the small chest. That's like kind of coagulated. Do they look like the same goop?
They look like they could be, but you'd probably have to open them, smell them, taste them, something to that effect to figure out if they are actually
Yeah,
the same.
we should definitely taste it for sure. Just to check.
Wrong campaign for that. Wrong campaign.
Wait, which 2 goops were you comparing?
The black goop.
Oh, from
The
the
black goop.
chocolate.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I was
Okay.
wondering about the
Oh.
IV fluid. Does that look like the same fluid that was in the tubes in the other room that we were in?
Like the orange one. I'll pull it out.
Or like the
Like the liquid?
that the creatures
the
were
tubes.
suspended in?
Oh, the
yeah.
creatures had.
It looks similar, but this looks a lot more vibrant.
If I touch one of the jugs, is it hot or cold? Or yeah.
It feels warm. Not like boiling hot, but warm.
And
Like
where's
body
the,
temp or like room temp.
Where's like the IV needle like stuck in?
On the blue figure, you notice that it's oddly enough threaded like right at the neck. On the sort of like patchwork person, it is in the wrist.
Are there any tattoos on the patchwork person or the other one?
The patchwork person, you notice about half of a tattoo that seems to be like suddenly cut off right behind like their knee. The other figure, I don't believe has any tattoos, but you notice that they have almost like barnacle-like skin on their arms.
Ruh-roh.
Is it around like the elbow area?
Elbows and shoulders.
Are they restrained in any way?
Nope.
And did we already determine if it's magical? Anything magical in here or not? Or is that
You
already
would
gone?
not have detect magic up anymore.
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, what do we make of this?
What in the goddamn?
I don't know, honestly. This is certainly unlike anything I've ever seen before.
I'll kind of hold
Whether-
out the ring of keys and jingle it. Do we even want to try?
I mean, we've come this far.
Might as well.
Need
And the belly of the
answers.
beast
Do you
knows.
want some help investigating which one might fit into which holes?
Yeah, I don't want to insert the wrong one and then get, in the face.
All right, I'll take a look at one of the or I'll take a look at them, at least one of the drawers, if we want to do that first, and see if I can just kind of like peek in and like take a look at the key and see if I can figure out which one might fit in.
Roll an investigation check to see if you can peek in the keyhole and determine which key should fit based on that.
Oh,
Not funny. Haha, suck it.
You don't have a sense that these keys line up with this keyhole. And you do have a sense that this keyhole is trapped. In fact, you have a sense that likely every drawer or chest or anything in this room is trapped in some way.
nobody move.
Okay. Everything is trapped. Don't touch. It doesn't look like the keys line up with any of the drawers.
Any of the drawers.
Correct?
And the chest.
Any of the drawers.
Or the chest.
I didn't look at the chest. Oh, not the chest either. No, not the chest.
You
either.
rolled a nat 20. You know everything about
I
locks
know
in this room. I'm going to very slowly put the keys back in my pocket.
You have a feeling the keys were out in like sort of like a guard area. You
That's
have a feeling
what I
that they're-
thought.
They're probably more for the other
Oh,
stuff.
no, yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't see where you got the keys from. So.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. I didn't say. I found him. I found him
Harry.
with the rock.
Looking at the patchwork person, you said they have like a lot of hair.
Yeah, like long, luscious locks, except for they look kind of like a little oily, little like dead at the ends.
What color?
The hair appears to be black.
Is it like up or anything, or is it just like free flowing?
It's free flowing and kind of loose. In fact, like it's probably about like just below shoulder length. Some of it's like in front of this person's face a little.
If I not touching anything, but just like looking around where they're laying, I mean, I assume they haven't been moving. Do I see any like has hair fallen on the floor? Do I see like a stray strand or clump or
You love
anything
hair in
anywhere?
this
If I'm
part.
like, if I just kind of look around.
No, actually, looking at the figure, they look like well kept. They look like clean. Almost like things were purposefully placed. Like hair was arranged in a very purposeful place. But like again, like there's something just like off.
Is there any kind of like dust or grime accretion or like dead skin or anything to indicate a passage of time on it, on the body?
You can tell it's been. I would say that there's probably almost like a thin layer of dust on both bodies, but like they don't look like decomposed and they don't smell
Yeah.
bad or anything.
Okay.
If I had something from one of them, I could maybe figure out a little bit more about what they are, or maybe what's affecting them. But I am kind of scared to touch them because that liquid that's being dripped into them kind of looks like what those creatures were suspended in. A little. So
And you know what? That would make sense why this door was tried to be sealed from the outside.
yeah. And I mean, there's magic that can make people
I mean,
look like this.
well, Before we do that, maybe there might be clues in the desk. I know it's trapped alchemically. How did we open the other one again? Did Rykard get it?
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Wait, what?
Ignore this. No, I'm not.
Rykard,
um,
did you get the last chest? I don't recall.
He does have the tools too.
Something's happening behind me.
I know.
All right. Does anyone else remember if
oh,
Rykard
shit.
got the chest
I was
open?
talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The talking about the chests that were downstairs
Yeah.
in the cellar.
Yes.
That would be the one.
I got sprayed in the face, but I can try
I
again.
remember. But wait, because I also got sprayed in the face. I'm just trying to remember how we got it open.
We did that like off screen.
Yeah, the passage of time.
Oh,
opened
yeah.
that for you.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Time. Yeah.
if only. If only. I mean, hey, third time's the charm.
Yeah.
I'm gonna believe in you from back over here.
Yeah, I would too. Rowan, old buddy, old pal.
Yeah. Oh, you want me to be next to you while you pick the trap? Yeah.
I
no.
just feel like your presence does me better. You know?
Right.
What is
More of a
that?
guiding presence.
Yeah.
Yeah, guiding presence.
Right. Let's go. All right. Oh, gonna clap my hands.
Everybody
Stand
takes a
behind it.
huge step back.
You
Step
stand
back.
behind it.
Yeah.
No, it's
Remembering
fine.
kind of what happened last time, Beacon is going to kind of stay nearish to the bodies in case they start moving, so we can.
That's so funny because I'm
Like
gonna do
first
the
alarm.
opposite thing, where in case they start moving, I'm gonna
Listen.
stand over here.
We're
Listen,
hanging
if they
out
start-
like
He's like, if they start moving, I'd rather they attack me than my friends.
You know, valid. It's valid.
Yeah, but then we have to deal with zombie Beacon.
Making sure I have nothing else to help other than that. Yeah, that's really all I got. Okay, so I will stand behind my
There's
card.
four. Wait, there's 4 locks, right? There's 2 drawers and then 2 chests.
But the chests have
Uh.
multiple like locks, right?
Yeah, the
Oh.
chests have like multiple locks. It looks like an intricate locking mechanism.
Look, y'all.
All right.
Gonna be a knock.
So, this is Thieves' Tools proficiency with, so, that's advantage, right? Plus proficiency bonus
Yes.
Yeah.
on a sleight of hand.
It's fine to cast guidance. Thank you.
All right. Same exact thing. Plus 3, 20.
Okay. Are you
Plus a
trying to
D4.
open the chest or are you trying to
Oh,
open
plus a
the
D4.
drawers?
Let me roll that. 22. Let me go for the chests.
The chests?
Yeah.
Okay.
The 22. Uh-oh.
You head over to one of the chests and sort of like kneeling down near it. It looks weird to you, Rykard. Not that you're the most well-versed locksmith or anything, but looking at it, it appears to be almost like a nautical-themed chest. It's made out of sort of what appears to be solid metal, but it's brandished and burnished to look like wood. There's like a barnacle type pattern that covers the back of it, but it also appears to be made out of metal. And there's like mermaids that are sort of like carved into it that seem to be holding arms and like conch shells up towards the sky. And there's a pattern of crashing waves that covers the chest. You can see that there is a sort of 3-lock looking mechanism on it. You put the tools into the tumblers on the lock that you first see. You start turning things within the lock. You hear it sort of making a slow clicking noise. As you turn it, you feel your tool sort of twitch within. And it feels as though they get jammed within for just a second before suddenly all resistance is gone. You're able to turn the lock fully. You notice that the mermaids lower their conches, almost like a mechanical triggered mechanism. You think you've opened the lock.
Okay.
Hey, you did it.
I think I did. Possibly. 2 more to go, right?
There's 2 drawers on the desk, and there's 1 other chest.
Okay. Is this chest open? Like, is it,
Are you trying to open the lid?
I thought there were 3 locks on the chest. Did I open all of them?
There's like 3 locking mechanisms that you can see on the outside. You seem to have opened one.
Okay. Let's break things up with one of the drawers.
Right, you head over to one of the drawers. Go ahead and roll.
Same thing. $26.
Okay. As you use your tools once more, you feel this lock open rather readily. As you open the drawer, within you find a sprouted sort of bushel of plants, almost like a bunch of flowers, that seems to have bunch of different flowers from a bunch of different places. You see like orchids, lilies, bleeding hearts, a spiky one that looks like a sea urchin, all sort of crowded together in this bunch of flowers that seems to be alive. At the bottom, there's a cap full of a little bit of a like sort of slight yellowish looking sap that seems to be sort of like where the chopped ends of this plant, all these plants are sitting in. You see a jar that seems to have a bunch of eyes in it. They all appear to be like goat-like eyes or frog-like eyes. You see a series of different petri dishes. There's about 6 of them, and they all seem to have different cultures growing within them. One of them appears to be all sort of like black and puffy and like moldy within. One appears to be like this bright, virulent green. The others appear to have like be white with like blackened and red spots. There's also a heavy-duty sort of set of rubber gloves, a mask that it looks like could be worn during a surgery. There appears to be also a set of tools. You see like a scalpel, you see pliers, you see forceps, a whole bunch of other things as well.
Gotcha. That's all in one drawer, or did I unlock all the
One
drawers?
drawer.
Damn. Okay, I'll go for another drawer.
Right. Go ahead and roll.
Has anything happened to the bodies while we've been rooting around in drawers?
Roll an investigation check.
And what do you mean by that?
18.
Beacon, you don't notice anything that different with the bodies.
Okay.
You do notice that the IVs continue to sort of drip, drip, drip every few seconds. Rykard, you go over to the other drawer and follow the same sort of method that you did on the other. As you open it up, you see what looks to be an elegant and ornate flintlock pistol that is brass and ivory with onyx inlays and what looks to be diamonds set in the handle. You see a belt that is filled with like empty glass syringes. You see a box that appears to be like the size of like a flower box. It's kind of long, but not super tall. You can also see a what appears to be a set of goggles and an alchemical jar filled with some sort of gloop. This one appears to be see-through.
Okay. I'll take that stuff out. The goggles, are those just kind of like your standard laboratory goggles?
They appear to be, yeah.
Gotcha. If I just look through them real quick, anything special?
As you look through them, you don't see anything special.
Okay. Let's put it down on the top of the table. I'll keep going through these drawers.
Flipping through the drawers, the only other things of note that you see is what looks to be a chalkboard, a small chalkboard that has been wiped away. And you also see another set of tools. This one appears to be, you see little hammers, a small set of pliers, screwdrivers, a small wrench, what looks to be a long bone saw.
Gotcha. Is there anything that I can see that's faintly written on the chalkboard, or is it just completely clean?
Roll an investigation check.
$19.
As you look over the chalkboard, you see the last little bit that remains on it, a little bit that remains that has faded, but you look very closely. It looks to be some sort of mathematical calculation that has to do with the moon. Or
Interesting.
astrophysics, I suppose.
Kind of look at that for a second, but puts it back on the desk. Doesn't really understand much about it. Is that all the drawers?
Those are all the drawers.
No false bottoms?
Taking a look over the drawers, we'll carry over that previous investigation check. You do notice that at first initial drawer you had opened does seem to have a false bottom.
What do we got in there?
As you open it, you see a long metal rectangle with a series of different buttons on it.
Is it connected, or is this a wireless device?
It doesn't have any wires plugged into it. You can see that there are 10 buttons on it, each labeled with a different symbol of what appears to be some sort of ancient script or perhaps a cipher.
Okay. Look like any of the symbols that we saw previously on the notes?
Yeah. One or two of them look like they could be the same.
I'm gonna call Alex over.
Yes.
You hold on to this, and he puts this, in your hand, the cipher-looking thing, and he'll point to the chalkboard and says something with the moon there. Thought that might jog your interest. Onto the chests now, I guess.
Whatever. I'll go take a look. I'll start I'll start with the cipher while Rykard's doing that and see if I can notice any kind of similarities.
Go ahead and roll
anything from it.
investigation, Alex. Rykard, go ahead. Are you moving on to the other chest, or are you going to continue with this nautical chest?
I'll continue with the nautical one.
Okay. 2 more locks to go.
Oh god. Okay. Okay.
So 28 plus a d4. Ooh.
20, yeah. 30.
All right. You again once more reach your tools into the tumbler, feeling the lock slowly move. You work quickly and confidently. You notice one of the mermaids on the chest sort of seems to tilt and dip mechanically down below one of the carved and sort of raised waves on the chest, tucked away.
All right. One more.
I'm providing him guidance. This, like, the thing that the mermaids are doing, does it seem like it's like they're doing deliberately different things, like as an aesthetic choice, or like a result of mechanism? Can I, like, tell by looking
As a
at it?
result of mechanisms.
Oh, okay.
25.
25. Okay. As you slide the tools into the final lock, you feel it turn and change and move. The chest lets out a creaking noise, and you see, sort of with a clicking sound, the final mermaid sort of tucks away behind the wave. You hear a tick come from inside the chest, but it sounds more like perhaps it's a mechanism clicking loose or free.
Okay. I'm not gonna open it yet. I'll turn back to the group. Do we all want to clear out and open this from a distance before moving on to the next one?
Maybe a mage hand open from
Yeah.
a safe distance.
Okay. I'll wait for everybody to gather to what we think to be a safe spot,
Alex just kind of waves. He's working on the cipher right now.
and then I'll use my Dark Shard amulet to cast Mage Hand, and I will open the lid of the chest.
Alright, go ahead and roll for it.
For Mage Hand?
I mean, for the
You need to roll
Arcana
on
check.
that to see if it,
It's a cantrip you don't know, right?
Oh, that's right. That's right.
You have to make
That's
a Arcana check.
Gotcha. Okay. That's wow. That sucks. Okay.
Well, you cast fireball point blank
7
at
or
it.
8.
You attempt to conjure forth a mage hand, but nothing happens.
Not my best day.
Doesn't someone know
Alex.
mage hand, Alex?
I listen.
I do.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm not gonna start bargaining.
From the cipher that he's currently working on, scribbling away his notes. I'll just look towards the chest and pop it open with telekinesis.
We all die.
From a safe distance.
Shiakazi.
Persona.
Alright, as the chest swings open, the lid sort of topples back, and kept and contained within the chest, you see a fog begins to roll out of the chest.
Ninth level cloud kill.
It is glacially cold and steaming. It begins to go from this pale, sort of whitish color and starts to turn into this pinkish color for a second before it gets deeper and deeper into a blood reddish color.
Alex, you want to close that thing?
The whole island, the whole outpost is over.
Rising out of it, you see what seems to be a like watery shape rising out. It
I'm gonna
looks like
poop.
hunched over and sort of gaunt but skinny, but with like arms sort of kept close to its chest, and sort of rising off of it like a waterfall that is pouring off of it is this reddish liquid, and it has this like red foggy mist coming off of it. It sort of looks towards you and then seems to stop. And we're gonna end for there for now.
I am gonna poop my pants.
Oh,
What
Yep.
the fuck?
what the heck? Miss Sidra, hello?
Is it cramped in
Arika?
there?
Miss Down there, what are you doing here?
I
Is
really
that
liked who
Dom?
we were
Daniel
5 minutes
Gardner
ago.
was
No, that's
talking
not
to?
Dom. Are you fucking kidding me? No.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. The fuck? I know 2 vampires, and you said no to both.
That's not a vampire.
Yeah, it's not a vampire.
Oh,
Is that the
It's
thing that
it's
Daniel Gardner was
it
talking to?
could be Daniel
What?
Gardner.
Didn't Daniel Gardner like look into the mind of like some smoke
Yes,
beast?
yes, it was her. Yes,
Oh.
it's Sidra,
Oh.
Syrica, whatever her name is, Donaire. She's
the
the
Duchess?
the Duchess. Yeah.
Wait, why is she in
Yeah.
a toy chest?
Well, let's not
Uh-huh.
draw conclusions. We don't know what's going on.
No, I'm drawing conclusions.
I think
Okay, fair.
Henrietta packed her up and FedExed her and keeps her in a little box, and that's how we got off Craven's Bone. The end.
That's yeah. That's it.
Did I learn anything about the
Oh.
cipher before we end the session?
Is
did
Gascoigne
you
side
roll?
packing? Oh.
19.
19. You learned that this is not used for the cipher. This appears to be a remote for something.
A
It's the
remote.
Click remote.
It's for the Apple TV.
It has buttons on it.
It was on Fire Stick.
Is it what,
Or
like,
Roku.
what is this thing that like what was
It's
the name?
a-
Could you
It's a metal rectangle with buttons
Metal
on
rectangle. Oh, it's okay. It's literally a remote.
TV
Okay.
remote.
Clicker.
Stop.
The PS2 controller.
It's an Xbox Connect.
Plugged
guys.
into Gascoigne. Oh, dude. That's my connectable that just rose out of the chest, actually.
Golly.
That's my
Oh,
tiger.
man. So
Great
If
campaign, guys. It's
that
been
shit's
fun.
in the first chest. What the fuck could possibly be the second?
We should have opened the second one first.
How could we top that?
Actually,
Right
it's
from
Ray's
the top,
Nosen in the
or
second
she
chest.
shriek?
Golly, man.
Like, is it too late to just close the chest again?
Is it?
No, I closed the chest.
Sorry, 'cause I
Yeah, actually, we
wasn't
didn't see
more than
anything.
just
Don't worry
your
about it.
body.
What if someone like
Yeah.
kicks the back of her knees
do
so
not
she
see
like
it.
crumples over and then
No.
we just
Well,
close
She's
the
made
dead
it.
chest?
Well,
like her.
if you touch the fog, you die.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's
We-
like
We,
that.
we had a full like 4 sessions just learning
It's
about
like
this.
that all
Yeah.
over again.
It's like that all over
It's like that all over
again.
again.
And we should have read Danny G's journal to figure out what the fuck happened.
Wait, so is this not really bad? Did we not just like?
No, so this is really bad actually.
Okay,
So you
okay.
remember
Yeah.
in session
Right,
0 when we
right.
freed Undamog and then forgot
Yeah.
about it?
Yeah,
You
this is
remember
like
that? You
that.
remember that
This is
shit?
like that.
So this is like that.
Okay,
It's like that.
right,
It's like
right.
that twin.
We released the creature again.
There may have been a problem at the Eastern Outpost, but it's okay because we made an even bigger problem that totally eclipses the first problem, so it doesn't even matter anymore. So we
Are
did
we
it.
still
We
living
solved
here,
it.
guys?
Why is there always fucked up shit in our house?
Why would you have us design our bedrooms and have like a moment in our rooms and then be like,
Yeah.
oh, also Satan is in the attic.
Yeah,
It's not even the rooms that you live in.
it's the
Besides,
baby
Not
in the
anymore.
wall
you
all
knew
over
something
But
again.
it's
weird
sure
was
as hell gonna
happening
be the
here
room we
before
die
you
in.
moved in. You knew something weird was happening here before you moved in.
This is like when you
It's
gave
the
us a
same
haunted
as
house
last
and then
year.
put
Oh my
9/11
God,
on
it's
it.
Calla all over again. Is that what her name is?
The baby
The
did
baby.
it. The baby, and history will remember. And history will
And
remember.
this is her grown up. Oh my god.
Wait.
Wait.
Oh my God.
Right. Wait, what if that's Henrietta's origins?
Oh my
What?
God.
And that's why she's such a mean bitch. Because we
Henrietta's not
pinned a
mean.
murder
She's not
cannibalism.
even here. This isn't even about her.
It's a doctor. She's a very kind
Her
lady.
face is on the door.
Doctor.
Oh,
This isn't even about Henrietta. This is a completely different person.
This is about.
Yeah.
It's an Aileen.
I don't know how to
Yeah,
say Henrietta
This is
backwards.
Aileen.
Right.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah, not Henrietta.
Yeah.
In
No,
yeah,
Hannah
Henrietta.
Montana.
I don't know.
Henrietta continues to do nothing wrong.
Best of both worlds.
Both worlds.
Chill it out, take it slow.
Yeah, Henrietta
then you
is
fuck up
Hannah
the world.
Montana.
Oh, girl.
Wait, so-
I feel like we might have fucked up.
In terms of resources, who has resources?
In terms of
In terms of
resources, we
resources,
have no
resources.
Resources.
In terms of a plan, we have no plan. I have the beginnings of a plan, an idea of a plan.
Sam, are you getting the
concept of a
Ravenloft
plan.
bundle at all?
No, but I can if you'd like.
No, it's okay. I was thinking of getting it, so I'll just get it.
Magoo.
I will probably get it eventually, but just not right now with all the moving expenses.
Harry said,
and stuff.
"Fuck! Now I
Yeah.
gotta update Henrietta's character sheet to the new class when we
Yeah.
fucking fight her next session."
I can't remember. Did they do anything?
I
the
don't
next
want to fight
class?
Henrietta. She did nothing wrong.
Henrietta's not even here. Why are we talking
I
about
have
her?
a basement full of things Henrietta did wrong.
You gotta remember, Gio was like a huge fan of her. She was like, she's so
Mm.
cool. I should do what she does.
Yeah, and Gio did nothing wrong, right, guys?
No.
Well, he was
He's not
old.
Gio
even
would
here.
never.
He's not even here.
He got murked
He was
by
old. He was a
Relyok, dude.
man.
He did get
Alright,
murked
dude.
by Relyok. Henrietta would never.
Never.
He's a fraud. He's LARPing.
Ugh.
What if she's like not
Well-
hostile?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then she'll chain you to a table and altus the fuck out of your brain.
As your birthday wish, Chris, could you like make her go back in the box?
Yeah. Oh my god. Wait, divine
We should have done this
intervention.
in
Can I roll
July
a
so
demon
she
on
can't
this?
come out in Pride Month.
God, if
If you
only
roll
I
a
was-
69, if you roll 69, we can like Looney Tunes pack her back up in the box and then seal it again.
It was only just a dream.
Remember, it's just a figure. It's just a figure. Gaunt, water pouring off of them, fog coming out of the
Oh
box.
yeah.
Arms sort of folded on itself.
Yeah.
That's
Maybe
all,
maybe
that's
that's the
all.
trap. Maybe it's like
That's
a
all.
programmed illusion or like a because
Yeah, if I can't see it, it can't hurt me.
well no because we did trigger some kind of trap. So like what? The trap is you summon a Dread Domain demon? Like there's no way.
Yeah.
It's Henrietta. It's Henrietta.
Henrietta doesn't have magic at her disposal.
Yeah.
And she's not even here.
Oh, but I fully believe that she pokeballed the fuck out of that bitch. Cause she survived LDO somehow. Maybe,
Yeah.
allegedly. Who knows? Who's to say?
We're
Yeah,
gonna have to-
who's say?
You're gonna have to read a book to find out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to read a book.
Half of it is just Lowe's receipts.
Yeah.
There you go. By recording.
God,
Not
I just
buying
wish I wasn't
Tyler
s-
Oakley's
I just wish I wasn't
autobiography.
so good at picking locks, man. It's so hard
Ugh.
being so good at picking locks. Oh,
Man,
my
no,
God.
that
You're
sounds so
actually doing
busted.
crazy
You get
well.
your proficiency bonus twice, and then also get advantage.
don't add
feel
it
like
twice.
You only add it. Yeah, you do.
No, I had my first bonus one time.
No, you added it twice because you're proficient in sleight of hand, right?
Yeah, so
I-
but when you're using the
I have
tool that you're
expertise
proficient. Oh,
with it.
okay, then
Yeah,
you get
so
a
you
bunch.
get
Yeah.
advantage because you're proficient in the skill that you're using, but you don't get like double proficiency. I don't think.
You do.
I don't
Yeah,
think
in the tool it tells you. Like for my woodcarver's tools
Is
here.
that
I'll link
new?
them.
Yeah.
So like if you have
that seems-
proficiency with the tool, add your proficiency bonus to any check. If you have proficiency in
Oh.
the skill that's used, you have advantage on the check too.
Is that new? Cause not that he needed it, but I don't think
I
Possum
think
ever
it is
used
new.
that.
I
Yeah.
don't think it used to work that way. I think you just used to get to
Yeah.
add your
You
proficiency.
could use it, yeah. And it like
Yeah.
wouldn't be at disadvantage or something.
Yeah, if you're, add your proficiency bonus to any ability check.
Possum was just
But
that-
If,
that
if you're already
good,
adding,
bro.
if you're already adding proficiency bonus, then you add it again.
Yeah, because
Like,
you're
that's
also
what
using
tripped
a
me up.
skill. So if you have proficiency with a tool, so he's using the tool, he's proficient in
Right.
it, then he adds his proficiency bonus to the ability check, and if he already has proficiency in the skill that he's using, which is sleight of hand, then he also has advantage.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm wondering where like you get like the extra +3 from, like the extra proficiency bonus.
From the first line, if you have proficiency with the tool, add your proficiency bonus to the ability check.
But if you already have your proficiency, like that's what's kind of like so it's like expertise.
Yeah, because someone without
'Cause
proficiency
you
in
don't
sleight of
have
hand.
the proficiency with the tool already added on a sleight of hand. Like
Yeah.
you don't get proficiency in sleight
Yeah,
of
but
hand
that's
by
where the
being
advantage
proficient.
comes in.
Thanks, Victor.
You get
But-
both, Sam, because you
Okay.
don't get the woodcarver tool. Like woodcarver's tools, if he's proficient in that, that doesn't inherently mean that he's proficient with sleight of hand, right?
Yeah.
So
Right,
he
yeah.
would get the proficiency bonus added on there. But
Yes.
because he's also already proficient with the skill that he's using, he also gets advantage.
Double it and give it to the next check.
Yeah. Yeah, the proficiency bonus granted from the tool has nothing to do with the skill inherently.
Yeah, and then if you're like me and you're not proficient in sleight of hand and you're not proficient in cartographer's tools, good luck, Charlie.
Yeah,
It's
no,
so
yeah.
rough being so good at everything. Just
No, I'm
use the
still not
cut
getting
things.
it.
That's so crazy.
But, I
Cosmic
like
hand.
accept it. I just don't get it. Like with the way it's worded.
It's like so.
I keep forgetting
He's
to pause the
already-
recording. Bye, recording. Everyone say bye.
By,
recording.
Yeah, here,
Bye,
Craig.
recording.
he has proficiency